Alrighty, hello, and welcome back to some good old game development. Hope everyone's having a good day so far. Hope everyone's having a good one. Let me turn that off there. Alright. That was with Roger. He either streams when it's 1 in the morning or when I literally in the woods. He knows. He knows the most, like, obscene time to stream. That's one of his traits. He knows the best timing to be the most obscene. But yes, how you doing, Daredevil? Hope all is well. Good lord. Okay. So, I have a couple of things I need to be chunking out this week. And my brain is going to struggle to get there with some of it. But we'll see how it goes. Doing okay, nothing bad happened. That's at least something. Oh, good lord. Maybe I'm a little sicker than I think I am. Huh. Good lord. So. Any inconvenience would make it, yeah. No, I know those kind of days, because those are the kind of days that, like, if you get your pocket, like, caught on the doorknob sort of thing, like, you're actually gonna tear that door off its hinges. I've had days like that. Trust me, I understand that. Never good times, never good times. So, I don't have much to, like, showcase that's happened between now and last time. I'm actually really trying to think what's, like, a big thing that has happened other than I've just been, like, really heavily tweaking how enemy AI and movement works and trying to test all sorts of things, because I still have scenarios where they get stuck and now I send them to the Shadow Realm because apparently that's how the system I designed last night wanted to work. Yeah, I've not come up with some of the solutions yet that I'm happy with on that one. So I'm hoping that I can come up with something nicer. I have a bad feeling I'm gonna have to basically undo a lot of work to get enemy AI to work. Basically kind of undo putting it through the vector system, because it's just to explain the large-scale problem that I'm facing. Let's get paint up, because that's always the good way to show what's been going on. Oh yeah, there's another thing as well. Max, my best friend, brought me the computer monitor arms that he'd had spare. So now I've got my monitors actually up on arms and shit, which means I have to get used to the very different layout that my desk has, because I had to do some, like, reorganizing and reshuffling. And some things are in a little bit tighter positions than they were before. My thing holding my phone and the thing holding my microphone basically if I touch any of my monitors or either of those, the entire thing has to get shifted again because of, like, how close everything is together. At some point in time, I might take a photo of it and show it because it's really funny. Anyway, so the problem with the vector architecture, with what I'm trying to do is basically, so pathing is trying to go from, it's trying to get basically, here's the points in the list that it's trying to get from. Right? It's basically a very much a grid like this, and the ones that it's missing, those are spots that I can't grab from. So it's trying to basically go here to here to here to here, there to there, yada yada yada, pointers, right? The problem is, what I've got for my system means that it inputs against a movement field. So if the enemy is coming in from, say, this angle, to get to this angle here, it needs to basically curve to that angle instead of just snap to that angle. Now, why does this matter? Well, that's because this is a terrain avoidance point here in this, right? Which means that because of that difference, instead of going against the corner, it's going kind of at this sort of angle instead of what this would just straight up be that. Now you can see immediately here, this curves right into the corner of the terrain. That's kind of the point. That's the problem. Now there's no just nice solution to this, sadly. That's just how the vector system works, and it's kind of the intention, is that it's supposed to have a bit of a very light turning circle feel to it. But it's appearing that that is causing long-term more problems than, I can resolve. So, as you can see here, there's a lot of stuff that's getting, like, commented out. It's basically, I'm just constantly trying different things to try and make this work, and I'm not happy with any of them. And it's just a really, really annoying thing to deal with. So what I'm going to probably do is go backwards hugely with it, go back to very original pathfinding measures and see what I can develop off of that instead. And just see if I can make a more lightweight version of A-star pathing. But I'm not going to do that on stream, I feel like, because that's just going to be me getting really, really frustrated. So there is another thing on my list that I have to do. Because my list is literally further cleanup of enemy movement and add character infrastructure and start adding systems for swapping. So what we're going to start doing, and this is what I'm probably going to start working on, is start, simply put, working on getting how characters would be set up. Now, in the previous project, this is what was up earlier, this is what a character would kind of look like, right? Is all of this section here. And I don't think this was wrong, per se. I think this is very hard to read and, like, follow in some regards. But I feel like this is pretty fine. However, we're going to be doing it a little bit differently. Again, this is the beauty of being able to learn from previous things that we've done. So I'm going to make a new script. And we're going to, in the script, start writing out, we're going to make a character struct. Basically, what is a character? All the core details that would define one. There you go. Oh. So, we're definitely going to need a name. We're also going to definitely need a section for stats. And we're going to need their equip stuff. So we're going to need weapon. We're going to need item. We're going to need passive. Going to need ability. Going to need all X. And then we're gonna need assist. The other stuff from the weekend was really fun, by the way. So, I had a very busy weekend. I broke my rules of hermit energy, and I went out a lot this weekend. So, on Saturday, after stream, basically, and I'm not kidding when I say after stream, I mean, like, I finished stream, I got in the shower, after watching, like, 10 minutes of something. I got out of the shower. Oh, no, I didn't even get into the shower, sorry. I was watching something for, like, a few minutes. Then Max turns up. Then I go have a shower. Then we hang out for a bit. And then we go into town, do a quick bit of shopping, and go watch our movies after that. So, I went and watched Superman and Fantastic Four. Which, by the way, I can say with at least pretty good certainty on the Superman side. Really good movie. I very much enjoyed it. Very, very thoroughly enjoyed it because it felt very comic booky and someone paying good homage to that, which is something I'd expect from Gunn. He's fairly good with how he handles his comic book movies. And then Fantastic Four was a very solid Marvel movie. Like, I actually enjoyed it quite a bit. There was a good lot of stuff going on, and it kinda didn't do anything. Well, I mean, I'm not gonna spoil something about it, but basically it managed to do something that outside of an in credits or a mid credits little thing, it was great for the fact that it just didn't tie into pretty much any other Marvel stuff that we've seen. Like, you didn't have to do, like, homework to watch this movie. Which is one of the biggest fucking things I hate about, like, a lot of the MCU now. Is, oh, you didn't watch this, like, 14-episode season of, something only on Disney Plus and these other 3 movies? Oh, you're not gonna understand anything that's going on. Yes, I will say, to the end of days, that is one of the things I hated the most about how Marvel is now. Like, early on when it was starting to do that, I didn't mind. Because I was like, oh, this is kind of cool, because there's a lot of stuff. But then, like, when Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. got so far along, and then stuff was getting referenced from there, and a lot of things were going, I'm like, I really don't give a shit. It's too much to follow. I started watching Marvel because I fell behind on the TV shows about at the same time they started, yeah. No, I would say Fantastic Four is a worthwhile watch. It's a solid one. I will definitely say, though, that the Superman movie was really fun. We got to see a lot of stuff that we haven't seen in live action since, like, the early Superman movies as well. Like, one thing I'll soft spoil, and I will say this very softly on spoil, is that they managed to get mannerisms correct. Like, Clark speaking fairly old-timey, and Superman being very gosh darn it sort of energy. I was watching movies one after another, so I knew things, but when they started doing it all the side series, they tired the movies and crossing other. It's got lost and lost interest. Yeah, that I agree with that. Like, I really, really do. That's why I say, like, I don't want my movie going experience to require homework. I should not feel like, when I go to the movies, I need to do research. Except, I will put my hand up because someone's going to say this, and I can know it. Except, obviously, when it is, like, a direct follow-on from another movie. If you gave me a trilogy, and I haven't watched the previous ones, I accept the argument I should go watch the other two movies, right? Like, that's fair. I think that's a valid point. It's nice if I don't have to, but I would definitely see an argument there. Not when it comes to such a large, spanning universe, though, when we're talking about several TV shows, several movies, and all of this sort of stuff to get to where you need to be. Because you can't watch, like, Multiverse of Madness. There is so much that misses out on if you haven't watched the WandaVision series, and you kind of can't watch the WandaVision series if you don't know about, like, what happened in the Avengers stuff, and then you can't also do, like, this and that, and, like, it just becomes a list of things. Like, you also it's a whole problem. And then, like, anything that involves, like, something loosely from the Loki series is even worse. I appreciate Deadpool Wolverine for taking the mickey out of it a little bit, and also just, like, straight up giving you all the information that you kind of needed about the TVA, so you didn't have to have watched Loki and understand Loki. Because I was watching when the first season of Loki and WandaVision came out. Like, that was when I was still fairly actively trying to participate and follow along with everything. I still haven't watched the second season of Loki, even though I know I want to, because it looks interesting. And that's where that whole thing of, like, people going, oh, we have, what's the term they keep throwing around, and I fucking hate that they keep throwing it around. Comic book movie fatigue. Or, like, superhero movie fatigue. I see that getting thrown around a lot, where it's like, oh, we're getting too many of them, we don't... It's like, no, we're getting too many, like, average ones. And and we're not getting enough variance between them. So we go to the movies, we get the same movie, and we do that like 3 or 4 times a year. And it's like, I'm really sick of that. Have MCU fatigue? Yeah, I think that's more valid. That's definitely more valid of a way to look at it. Like, one of the movies I basically turned to Max and said, yeah. Like, I said to Max, is like, we're gonna go watch, Naked Gun, right? Like, the new one with Liam Neeson. And I said to him, oh, we're gonna go watch the other ones as well. Because, like, those movies are so fucking funny, and I know he would enjoy them. Because they're the kind of dumb fun both of us like. And I was actually super glad that the trailer for the upcoming one turned up as one of the trailers before the movies at the cinema. Because I was like, cool, I get to show you this trailer without having to sit aside and, like, make you watch it somehow. It's so funny. It really is. Like, that trailer did everything it needed to do to tell me they've got the right kind of comedy coming back with it. That old, very, like, dry, satire-y kind of humor that adds, like, so much to it. But yeah, no, I agree with, like, having, modern MCU specifically kind of, like, fatigue. Like, I haven't watched Thunderbird, or, like, Thunderbolts, or whatever the fuck it's called again, or any of those ones. And again, I'm not saying they're bad movies, I'm just so tired. So tired at this point. I mean, I also saw in the cinema the trailer for the next Avatar movie, and I'm just like the blue people Avatar. I'm gonna be honest, I really am struggling to consider watching that, because I don't know if anyone else the fact that I phrased this, I don't know if anyone else actually watched the second movie, but that one just actively pissed me off because of just the way they did some of the characters. Like, it actually just felt like shit to me. I hated so many of the developments in it. I hated that, like, basically the beginning of it is retconning a bunch of things that happened in the first one as well, which I'm like, aren't there supposed to be, like, 5 fucking movies back to back? And, like, it just, it killed off a character in a way that I'm just, like, so uncaring about. And it was supposed to be emotional, but I'm, like, so beyond not caring. There's all these sorts of things they're trying to do to try and convey to you certain things and invoke certain emotions, and it just didn't. And I don't know if that's maybe me, maybe I was too cynical, maybe I wasn't in the right mood, I don't know, but, like, I came out of that movie just woefully unimpressed. And that's not something I'm very happy to see. Not from a movie that's supposedly on the caliber it is. I'm gonna be honest, I think the first Blue Avatar movie was great. I actually still do. Because when I went to watch the second one, I watched the first one right before it. Right? Like, I watched both of them back to back. Because I did kind of like a watch-a-thon for it. And I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know what... Like, I can't even remember all of the stuff in the second one that grinded my gears because it was just too much. There was too much going on. There was too many of this and that. There was... I was a child of no taste and things, so I can't trust my opinion on this movie. I don't know. I think the first movie was fine. I think it was a great movie. It had really cool storytelling, and it had like a lot of good elements to it that are nice for doing kind of like a respect the planet story. And I think that was really good. Like, I think it did a very eco sort of friendly storyline in a really good way, and it really taught kind of like that thing of, hey, maybe we should like not, I don't know, blow shit up before talking with people and understanding things, and maybe going in and going, oh no, we want this resource. It very much was a beautiful reflection of a lot of human history that we don't like looking at, but it was done in a very tasteful way, so you could like kind of understand it and respond to it in a way of like, yeah, no, that is wrong. Going into someone else's like place and going, we want this thing you have, we will try and negotiate for it. Oh, you're not going to give it to us because it's got cultural reasons? Cool, we're going to just blow shit up and get it ourselves. We're going to forcefully take it. It's... yeah. I don't know. I really don't know. I think the second one got like too politicsy in a way that I don't think benefited it. As well. Like, I've dealt with a lot of my life content that has talked about Polynesian politics. So I've seen it, and I've even seen it in person. And that's, I think, another aspect of maybe why I don't like the second one, because it is very, very based in that sort of context with a lot of that. And the second one just... yeah, I don't like it. Partly because I see the cultures it's taking from, and I just don't think it's doing some of them justice as well. Because, like, it yada yadas some of them because, sci-fi reasons. And I'm like, no, that's not the point. A lot of it was just, like, cultural belief and not, like, hard fact. Like, it felt like someone trying to scientifically explain cultures that are so not scientifically explained in Western science. I'm gonna stress it this way. Yeah, I think that might be it. Maybe. I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna get it right as well, trying to think about a lot of the things. How do I want to do this bit? Actually. I do it like non-equip skills. And do it kind of like this. Section them out, because this means that theoretically, in the random case I need to add more skills, I can. It's just passive will always be the first one and then the others in the list. Might be the way to do it. Yeah, that might be the way to do it. Okay, so trying to even think of like other movies I've watched in recent time that I've been like super happy with. I mean, technically I rewatched Cats, the original Cats movie. Because Noxie dragged my ass into watching that, and like, I mean, that's just good. It's a good one. I'm a lot further along with Sakano. I finished the first season of that finally. I feel like this has to be an array. Unlike these. The cats. Oh, that's the other thing. So you know how I said I went out a lot this weekend? So, that was my Saturday. On Sunday, me and Noxie went to a local cat show. And, that was nice, because I haven't gone to a cat show since I was doing, like, show cat stuff. And that was like 10, 15 years ago. I think. Something like that. So I haven't been in a good long while, and it was really, really nice because I also saw a couple of familiar faces there. Got to talk to a couple of people, and yeah, no, it's just really cool to sit there for like 3.5 hours looking at cats. I want to stress, by the way, it's not anywhere near big enough to justify being there for 3.5 hours. We were there for 3.5 hours because we went around the place multiple times and watched a bunch of judge rounds because Noxie was curious and I again, I just enjoy looking at cats, and I used to do a lot of the stuff around this place. Like, I used to volunteer work at the cat shows while also being an exhibitor, so went to a large amount of shows. But yeah, that's been a hot minute. It was cool. It was very cool. Very good fun. I'm trying to think of anything else that's like happened that I feel like I should talk about as well. Because like, I feel, thank God, I feel that there's not actually been any big VTuber related news. More than just stuff that's follow-up from some of the stuff we talked about last week. And I hope to God that stays that way, because we kind of need a break. Like, holy shit. Yeah, outside of follow-up things, they're calm. It's been a nice weekend. I was glad. I was very, very glad that it decided to be a more relaxed time. How much do you actually know about my army? Let's see. How much do you actually know about army building and Warhammer 40k? The only thing I know is that units have a point value, and then you have a shitload of points, and that's how you, like, you can cap off your army. That's unjokingly about it. I know the Tyranids have a weird... Well, I say weird. They have a passive where, like, they can get interconnected if they're within a certain space. They basically have, like, a neural networking. Like an organic neural networking. That's the most I kind of remember. And, like, the range is increased near a Hive Lord? I think? Hive Tyrant. No, I think it's a Hive Tyrant. I think that's the one that increases it, because it's like, goes from like 3 meters to 5? I think? Something like that, man. I looked a lot of it up at one point recently. I read a bunch, and then just like some of it just filtered out my brain because I just didn't try. Like I didn't put in enough effort to retain. Want to know how much I need to explain? So it's basic stuff and talk about other things. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing is we've got the so on the Thursday stream, I'm gonna do karaoke. It's listed as Uma Musume we're doing as well that day. That's literally just my excuse for just going, there is something in the background that can be like toggled away from very easily, and none of us will be too concerned about like running a Ume Musume run, a career run in the background while we're talking about it, right? I'm gonna be there for the army building. I decided to read today the rules again. Hell yeah. But yeah, no, gonna be doing the karaoke again on the Thursday, because I think I agree with what, like, everything that's been said towards it and what I kind of said before. I like the idea of doing a karaoke thing monthly. I'm probably gonna have it at the end of months, most of the time. I haven't picked all the songs for it yet. I've only got one song set aside, and then I'm gonna probably have to pick out a bunch of other songs. From, like, I'll pick some from last time, ones that I liked a lot, and think I did, relatively well. But I'll add in a couple more. Like, it'll be a half-half split, hopefully. That's my goal, at least. I have to toggle all my things again. How much of it's also still here? I think I've got most of my toggles here. Let's see. That's one of the main ones. That and that. Yeah, those are the ones that I use for it. And then, obviously, that positioning. There we go. Have links to sites with data sheets set up, and like I said, I'm now rereading the rules since the last time I looked them up was like 9+ months ago. Fair. It's like, I'll say very openly when it comes to doing the build up for the stuff with the Tyranids, expect me to try and do like a wide assortment of units, just because I want to have a variety of units to be able to like go, these are pretty other ones. Like, I'll have definitely a bunch of basic ones, for example, but like, yeah, no, I want a couple of big dumb fucking dudes that are just gonna fuck shit up. Like, I stand by, if you told me I can pick basically a Tyranid that's Godzilla and just have them and a bunch of other stuff around them, I'll do that. Not know shit about Psycho stuff, because I actively avoid putting that in your army. Fair. But yeah, no, I want big dumb units to have fun with. Oh yeah, have I told y'all the best part with doing them is, Noxie sent me some images of, like, girly pop done Tyranids, right? I'll see if I can find the DMs. She sent me ages and ages ago. And I was like, those look amazing. I want to do that sort of style. And yeah, here we go. Give me a second, I'll get this up. art style there. I fucking dig this so much that we looked at this, I was like, yes, I love this. But I'm gonna see if I can try and tailor it to being slightly more Hatsune Miku. And I'm literally gonna make the lore of my fucking group of Tyranids just be, they tried to conquer a planet, found Hatsune Miku, and realized that they're not here to devour the world, the universe. The universe is Hatsune Miku's, and they just live in it. Now they must spread it. They're all literally, they just went in, they ate all of Hatsune Miku fans, and they're like, you know what? We get it. We actually know. We understand where they're coming from. We're going to spread this also. So they're just all Hatsune Miku fans. That's my goal. The Tyranids will be consumed by Hatsune Miku. And I cannot wait to explain that to someone and them just actually lose their shit. Go like, that's so fucking stupid! How dare you? And I'm like, I don't care. I like Hatsune Miku and I like Tyranids. This is great. Turn all their claws into glow sticks. Just that fucking idea of an entire faction of Tyranids just being like, nah, we love Hatsune Miku. Gene Stealer cultists would be so confused. Tyranids showing up to answer their call. Hell yeah. Like, you can't even deny how good that would be though, right? Like, it's just a whole Tyranid fleet of just Hatsune Miku inspired stuff. It sounds amazing. Every planet they turn up to, they just start blaring the music. When they go to devour it at the very end, you just have the fucking Miku Miku B! Bang! Oh, that'd be amazing. Proceeds to glass planet with Miku Miku beams. As God intended. You can tell, by the way, I take all of this stuff extremely seriously. You hear me, and you see a stream of gay ass and hitting up to your friends and family right in front of you. They will become one with the Hatsune Miku, how dare. They can't complain. Look, it was either this or I do purple orcs. We all know what I'm gonna do if I do a purple orc army. Like, how can you fit your entire army in one bag like that? Oh, you have no idea. Like, aren't they like loose and rattling around? It's fine. Wait, why do you just have a bunch of base plates? This is my army. Wait, that's even better now that I realize the army of the Miku Tyranids is just like, how many Tyranids can we get that are gonna be like the best way to have a fucking giant fan of Hatsune Miku? Been talking to you, let's see. How much I hate GW in between army making stuff. Yeah. No, that's fair. That's completely fair. I looked again at my local, like, hobby LGS shop thing. There is 4 different Tyranids there, I believe. And I'm gonna get them wrong. I remember what they look like. I don't remember their names. And I'm gonna draw them really quickly, and I'm gonna be told how wrong I am with them. There's one dude that's got like a hench as hell back, and got a giant ass gun. Right? Like, hench as hell back. Right? And then there was one that was like a big dude with another big gun. And wings. And then there was a bunch of small guys as well with guns. These were 3 different boxes. That's the 3 that I know that boxes they had. I know this is not the descriptions you need. Those are some nice Crocs in a zoo bag. Exactly. Like, I think Hive Tyrant was the flying one? Maybe? No, was it Hive Tyrant? So essentially we narrowed it down to almost any Tyranid. Yeah, pretty much. But what we're doing, at the moment I'm trying to explain the Tyranid, like the boxes that I saw at my local store that I know were there. I wish I could describe it better, but this is let me pull up the store, okay, and see if they've got it on the website, because, like, this could get bad if I leave it like this. I actually don't know any better way than showing it like this, which is the fucking funniest part. What would it come under? Would it be under roleplay games? No. Wargaming. There we go. Wargaming. I'm looking for Tyranid. Oh, there is also Combat Patrol Gene Stealer Cults. I saw that as well. Let me pull this over. Let's see. A little starter thing? Yeah, no, I do know about that. Primus Chaplain, Necrons, Eldari, Grey Knights. Yeah, that's the winged dude. So yeah, Hive Tyrant. This is the winged dude. With the tail. That's one. Ah, they don't have the other one. Damn it. I know, so the smaller ones is like a pack of 3 small dudes. They look very raptor kind of styled. Again, there's a reason why. It's just they have long tails and they're like very thinged. I can't see the names here because that's the thing I'm trying to go off because some of these don't have images, obviously. Like, I know the big dude that I looked at was like one big long word. Him again, it's like, the small ones. Yeah, I think that might have been them. That might have been them, yeah. I'm trying to remember the dude though. It's like, it was one longish name, and it was like the most stupid name because it's one of those like 2 words, like a word and then mixed with another one. And it just comes out stupid looking. Sarcophage? No, not that. Is there a way to just look up? Oh no, let's not look up Tyranid Faction today, actually. That's just gonna get into a long... And then we're just gonna end up doing the wargaming stuff today. I'm not against it, but... Like, this dude here, it was basically the same size as the Hive Tyrant, but it was like really hinched over sort of thing. Gormina, sorry, yeah. Winged one? No. The winged one was the Hive Tyrant. This one here, I can't remember what it's called, but it was like the same size as this, but it was like a hinch dude on the ground. Very much like had spines up its back. And was like very hinched over sort of thing. Afghans? No, that wasn't an either. Trying to remember. You're describing to me a standard Hive Tyrant with no wings? I know it wasn't Hive Tyrant, because it was one word for its thing. Like, it had a big fucking gun too. That's why I'm like, I don't know. What? How am I not seeing the one I'm thinking of? Maybe in... No, I don't see it in there. No. How am I not seeing this fucking dude? I'm now starting to really question my sanity. Hard to figure out with description, big Tyrannid with a gun. Big Tyrannid with big gun, and like... It's not this dude, is it? Yes, no, Tyrannofex. That's it, yeah. This dude. Do you see what I mean with hinged over big gun? Like... You see what I mean now with, like, I could not describe it better than hinged over with a big gun. The living tank one? Okay, my bad, I didn't know, sorry. Yeah, Tyrannofex. That was it, because I laughed at the name a bunch, because it's stupid. Also, holy fucking shit, that looks wicked as hell. Can I get one of these? Wait, sorry, this is just an Eldritch Abomination. What the fuck is that? I love that. Dude, that's sick as hell! Like, don't get me wrong, this army here, like this little one here, looks great. And I know my head is blocking most of the images. I'm sorry. There's only so much I can do with it. Like, I definitely love this. But the fuck are these? That's like fucking Emrakul kind of energy. I dig that shit. That looks so fucking cool. Hell yeah. I put that away before I get too fucking into that. Okay. So looking at these images, we kind of know what I was talking about, though. do you kind of see? Oh, my drawings were very interesting. Do you think I could do, like, official art for, the Warhammer stuff with this? the best I could do, honestly, from memory, okay? I feel like I did my job. Art stream win? I mean, I do have some art that I need to finish off. Oh yeah, I haven't shown off where we got, well, I got with the Mume. Because I'm pretty much, I don't think there's much else that I'm gonna do to it. So, give me a moment, I'll pull it up. Tyranids are kind of the same but different, so it's, yeah, no, they're hugely, like, a faction that changes, like, very minor things change drastic things about them. But here we go. So this is where we're at with, the Mume. So this is, I finished the rest of it off stream. I did a little bit more shading around the place and a bit more work. Cleaned up the shoes a little bit, but they're still not great. But you know what? You're not going to notice them as much. Still really chuffed with how the hair came out. And, like, I did a lot of work about lighting, because, like, over here you can see the lighting reflects from the lantern, as well as on the dress. There's a bit more lighting around it as well. Which is stuff that I'm really happy with how that came out. I am working on something else, though. This is what I was working a little bit on last night. Is, the Mume sprite. I'm not quite happy with it yet, but this was the prototype I tossed together last night. I think this came out fairly decent for an attempt that I did in the space of, like, I want to say it was almost an hour last night that I spent. I don't think it was that long. At, like, I don't know, it was almost 9 or something. It was very late. I was very tired last night, but I wanted to get work done. I was finishing off the splash art as much as I could, trying to see what I could do towards the movement, and then getting this started. But, like, to show how early on with the prototyping it is, so this is my template. This is the template I use for doing sprites for the characters, so you can see how there's idle and running down here and the things. How far have I gotten with this? I've literally done 1 frame. And I've not gone any further, because we're still going through it. And you can see, like, even the skin color is different and all that, because this is literally the default model. Because I'm just trying to get the shaping that I want to get done. I want to try and get the imagery and the visual aspects of it all. I want to try and find ways, because the harder part as well, we talked about how, like, blending the browns in the splash art is really hard, because it's hard to get them to, look different. Insert not safe for work joke, yeah. It's really hard to get the browns to blend differently in the splash art. This is even worse the case, because keep in mind, when we're this zoomed in, you can kind of see the difference between, like, the browns here, for example, right? A little bit, not too well. The problem is, you're looking at a sprite like this normally. Or maybe like this. That stuff comes out even less so in these case scenarios. So I have to try and, like, visually design this in a way that means the design's cohesive when it's like this kind of sort of thing. Gonna make yourself a drink, be back. Oh, good devil. So it creates a bit more difficulty with that. Trying to get it right and be happy with it. It was also funny because this has been a long time since I've done a HoloLive character. So I was also curious. I did this up, and then I proceeded to look up what she looks like in holocure. Because obviously, like, I've said this before, I don't like sitting there and comparing the differences. But there is also an aspect of sometimes doing that. And I'm so fascinated in the fact that, like, I look very different than hers. Than, like, what they did for holocure. And, her and holocure. Like, I went very, very different direction with how I want my design overall to be. With a lot of aspects. And I'm actually quite happy that I did. Like, that was the big thing. Yours looks like without the cape. Oh, she's got the cape. See the lighter cream color here and then the green there. It'll be more noticeable when I start doing side to sides. But I found that really, really fascinating that, like, it ended up being not as similar as it could have been. I know Gura looks fairly similar, but that's just because Gura's design's kind of hard not to have look fairly similar at the end of the day. Just that's the nature of Gura. She has a very simplistic design, which makes it really easy to replicate into a pixel format. Whereas this one, it's a little bit harder because you've got so many tiny details. Like, they chose a lot darker colors. They chose to... I mean, to be fair, they also have a much shorter model than me. Mine's a little bit, like, bigger head and taller body. Because I do a lot more characters that... like... Okay, I also reshaped my characters in the game to be fitting to the size, their quotation marks, that they look at. She has a lot of accessories, she really does. Like, just looking at even the splash here, which I've skipped a couple of accessories. You've got the lantern, you've got, the dagger, you've got, like, the corset stuff. There's actually a bag she has as well. She's got lots of little tiny ribbons and gears and stuff like that. You cannot do that in this design space. Like, you just can't. It doesn't fit. But yeah, so this is where I'm at the moment with this. I still want to do a bit more work with this corset, because I just don't think it comes out very nicely. Same with the dress. I think it just gets very muddled, especially when you start shrinking it down in size. At this point in time, like, it's really at a distance. You basically only see her hair shape and her, shirt. Like, the white of the shirt. So, that's clearly something I need to work on. It does make her silhouette fairly unique. I also went with a way lighter brown than they did. With, just, I mean, again, like, all of the colors I did are a lot lighter, but that's because that's kind of what I did here. And that's because when I look up, Mume herself, in my experience, she tended to actually have, like, fairly light brown hair. Right? Now, again, mine's a little bit richer in color in a direction than this is. This is fairly paled. But it's that argument I've said before of, like, to get a striking effect, you kinda need to push the colors sometimes in directions that they don't inherently look like. It's the same with how, like, the coat, I could recolor it, because, again, it's a lot more muted, but, like, the difficulty starts becoming, like, at what point in time do I get a visual that I'm happy with and it be acceptable? Because, like, could I just do, for example, and I have done this before, if this will let me get this away... Come on. Do this, basically. Go here, click this. And boom. Theoretically, that's a more accurate color. Same with doing this and... Oh, actually, that'd be... Oh, that looks a little bit better, actually, like that. That looks a little bit more color, actually. I'll give it credit. But yeah, that's what you can kind of do. I don't like doing that too often, because again, it's kind of taking away from the fact that I'm doing it creatively. I do kind of like that hair color a little bit more, though. That does come out a bit better. I don't know if I like the greens, though. Now it'd be about getting her feathers the right color. If you're wondering as well, I have actually been just straight up yelled at by people in chat for doing coloring like this. And going like, how dare you just only use, like, their official art imagery and grab their things. And I, like, legitimately did have someone go, real artists wouldn't do that. I'm like, alright, well, I mean, I'm not gonna think that you're right on that one, but I do agree that, like, I could make the effort to be more creative with my own thing for it. Spit on you for that sin, yeah. It's such a weird hill to want to die on, too, personally. Right? Of all the things you could sit there and complain about someone to do with art, them using the actual official things and, like, trying to copy and paste the coloring out of it and adjust correctly It's always a weird one. For the most part, I'm still gonna leave the rest. I think the hair is the only one I was like kind of a touch and go with, and the coat could be an argument as well. So then if I do that, and then this color, I have to go to here, here. That there. There to there. And then this to this. Probably that one. I would imagine there would be people upset if there was even a shade of the same color wrong. Did not expect some dude to get upset at you to use the same things. Yeah, it's a weird one. Like, one of the things I did one time as well, and I did this a lot more often before, was, you know, in the reference art, I don't see it immediately here, there's often, like, actual color splotches, which is the exact color shade that they use for the design. Like, you'll see that a lot with, like, prototype art, is they'll, like, put a splotch up in the corner. Kind of just like, I said, brush mode. They'll do a splotch like this. Or, well, no, okay, they'll go like, okay, so this is the hair layer, so I'm gonna do this and this, right? And they'll have that up in the corner. As an example. I used these and they were upset. And I'm just like, interesting. Curious. Again, very strange hill to want to die on. But go for it, Chief. You do you, boo-boo. Like, at the end of the day, it doesn't affect me in any either way. But it's something I try and make an effort to acknowledge, though, is like, sometimes as well, the base color doesn't work. Like I was saying, you sometimes want to, like, make the color more vibrant. I did that with this one to try and fix it, but, like, when I paled it out, this actually does look a lot better for Mume. And it looks a little bit better here. But, like, with Fuumoko, their hair color is really, really hard to work with if you do that. So I had to boost, I had to change the color a bit on that one. This honestly was just because I did the hair color and hair, like, shading the way I done it. So it worked really well with changing it to this. I mean, it's always the argument, when it comes to art as well, and I'll always say this, is there is, no matter how you do your art, there is always a level of, someone will complain at this level. So you could do your entire art yourself, but you could use a reference, you use a reference like how we've got this all set up here, where I've got the image here, and then I've got the drawing here, and I'll kind of, like, use this as I'm doing this. People hate that because it's like, oh no, you're not doing it, like, authentically. No, that's not how that works. You could trace a drawing you've done and draw over it, and people will go, you're still tracing, and it's like, you're tracing your own art. Yeah, so this doesn't make it real art, you're tracing. It's like, you could go into, and this is one that I hated myself, I saw people complaining at. People would go into, like, this engine, make a model of 3D, kind of like the character in the space, in a 3D tool, get a screenshot of that, and trace that image to, like, as their foundation to draw the image, and people would complain about that. I'm like, why? And it's like, oh, it's tracing. It's not like, so what? That's how art works. Art is, by nature, referential. It has an origin from somewhere. Whether or not it's, like, I'm referencing a king hillside and a sunset, or I'm referencing a character, or something. By nature is depicting something that the individual kind of conceivably, visually sees, or the perception of it. Yes, I am very gung-ho on this because, like I said before, one of the training practices I did with my stuff, and this is why a lot of my poses look like very Honkai Star Rail poses with stuff, is because I would get Honkai Star Rail splash arts and I would trace them as my practice to try and get my, like, kind of getting line work and stuff better. Gatekeeping the art of some graffiti on paper. It's so wild to me, people trying to gatekeep hobbies. Like, okay, can I also say from the other side of things, if you're going to, like, trace someone else's art and draw that and then redo it, like, not really redo anything, just trace their art and color it in the same and grab all that, and it's basically the same piece of art, and you don't offer a reference to who that came from, that's where I start being against you, right? Like, that's when I will go, hey, that's not adding a reference, not kind of okay. Like, there's a reason why I have a folder of a lot of my, where I get my ideas from. To give an idea, if I look in that folder right now, oh, here's a fun one. The fucking, yeah, let's see. So I literally have Mumei's reference in here. I forget that I have this in here. Better not read that one aloud, yeah. But, like, I literally have Mumei's reference sheet. Because I was using this. I also have one for, like, game UI stuff in here. I have a couple of character poses. But yeah, see? I literally have this in here. But I have, like, this one here, and I've used this for a few things. Didn't know Mumei was your roommate. Dude, fucking, I wish. Should be fucking funny to hang out with. But, like, I have this on my computer, and I fucking love these gauges. This is all from Genshin, I'm pretty sure. And this is a great way of looking at, like, how UI stuff is done. How do you visually make these things interesting? How do you do that sort of stuff? He's using a reference sheet, cancel it. It's literally what the sheet's for. I know, right? But, like, I have this. I have a bunch of icon stuff in here, and I, like, look at all of this, and I figure out, why is this designed this way? Why would you kind of, like, have... Why are the vast majority of them either just perfectly a kind of thing on the side here, or, like, this angle? And it gives, like, that wing sort of effect, and has the lip at the top that spikes out, and it's always consistent with the difference, like, those things. Like, how do you get... Why is these things consistent? I need to move some other images into that folder because some of them are still sitting in, like, my downloads folder. Some of the reference art. To be fair as well, like, on stream is a great example of, like, sometimes I don't download the reference art because, surprisingly enough, I'm just looking through Google Images and going like, oh, this is something that I can use as a reference point for imagery. And I apologize for the artists that potentially might feel that that's not doing them due diligence, and it's fair. If any artist sees a bit of art that I do that's like very similar to their style and they call me out and go like, hey, could you reference this? If you send me the art and I'm like, oh, you know, I did use that as a reference, I'll reference it. I'll happily do that. Like, I've talked about it before, like I'll openly refer to where the core idea comes from with a lot of these. Because there's no reason to hide the fact that I'm not a great artist. I look at much better artists and learn from what they do and try and replicate it as best I can. But with my own sort of styling, with my own stuff. Like, the amount of times I'll find a character pose that's not the character I'm wanting, but the pose I'm wanting, and I do that. Like, that's what I do with Twitter a lot. If I go to Twitter, this is gonna be potentially a very telling thing on my person. And we're gonna go to my likes. This is a very dangerous thing nowadays. And I swear, I want you to understand, if you see stuff in here, it is purely for reference. But you'll see, like this. I love how the boots have been designed in here, and I thought this was really good. Yeah, but then you get like this. This design is gorgeous. This is a great pose as well for a swords person. This as well, like I talked about how they were talking about Mecha Junie, and I was like, I'm gonna use that as a reference to do a skin for her at some point. This pose is fucking amazing. Look at how beautifully active this position is. I would love to utilize something like this. Probably not like pulling sword out of chest, but just the kind of like curved back looking up at the camera. I love that pose. This one as well, the sitting position is gorgeous. This pose here, the way the art style's been done as well, love it. Again, pose is great. Pose is great. This is a great, again, like, I can see using these poses as characters. Like, it's so good. And the best part is, like, yeah, this one here, there is a lot of characters I could see doing this with. Tell me that you don't see, like, Camilla as this sort of pose. As an example. Tell me you don't see, like, me doing a version of, armor with this kind of pose. Tell me that there isn't a way I could do, like, Nyanas with that sort of pose. Like, that's the sort of thing you'll constantly be seeing with a lot of this stuff. With poses and imagery. Like, again, just some really good pose work here. You played Genshin? Not a second of it. To this day. Would fit the imp? Yeah. But, like, I can't naturally do dynamic poses without a reference at this point. Because I'm not good with it. I don't get the positioning quite right. We've seen what happens, how long it takes me to do it. And this is why I try and find reference material that kind of gets me there. Ah, yes, how to make a person happy. Number one, get them a Miku figure. But then, yeah, I also get stuff like this, where it's like someone taking this character and doing their visual effects, because I fucking love looking at this sort of stuff. Because, like, look at how fucking gorgeously done this is. The animations in this are so pretty. And I can learn from, like, how do you do particles and stuff like that. Again, great posing. Birdman, by the way, is incredible and definitely a huge inspiration of how I do my art. Was hoping for more sus art. Oh, I'm pretty sure if we scroll down far enough, we'll get there. I mean, there's a lot of, like, sci-fi, again, dynamic poses that I fucking love. Great dynamic pose there. Awesome pose there. Good stuff. Good old Shy Lily. Yes, I like a lot of my own posts, by the way. Ah, yes, one of my favorite things that I just I fucking love this so much. It's fucking Dr. Robotnik Hatsune Miku. It's so good. Again, great pose here. The problem with this pose is I'd have to rotate it a lot, because, like, obviously I don't have this kind of space with the character, but it would be good to have, like, a tall shot back, like, looking back again. I can see that would be good. This is just gorgeous. You'll also see Sparkle's a character that I think a lot of people use Sparkle in really great ways for pose work because of how, like, flowing she is, so I tend to find really good ones with that. Absolutely love that sort of one. Also, just Mel fucking art's good. Also, this person does, like, this sort of style, and I dig this style a lot. Been long since I've seen Black Rock Shooter. Black Rock Shooter's great. Oh, I love this, by the way. Tell me this for that Kiara, outfit. That one Kiara outfit. You know the one I'm talking about. I'd use this as a reference point for the pose for it, because that'd be amazing for it. Oh, also, I just love this heart. I don't even think this was referencing reasoning. This was just really cute. Oh yeah, this just looks fucking awesome. I love that. Yeah. Again, just great pose work stuff. I'm actually scrolling almost to try and find something that would, like, criminalize me. But, like, again, poses... I will say this looks pretty bad, but again, these are great poses to work with. There's so many characters I could do something with this with. Same with that. And they're not going to be in swimsuits. It's fine. Though there are some VTubers that have swimsuit outfits that would work for that, actually. Oh yeah, also Mel stuff. Did you ever like Not Safe Work? I'm questioning if I have or not. Oh god, yes, this is great. I don't think I do? And if I do, it's pure, again, it's reference material. Because it's like these poses and shit. You can see I do big, like, sections of going, oh, here's a bunch of reference art that I can use that turns up on my timeline. Like, I think this, by the way, this image here in particular, I'm pretty sure I use this as the reference point for Evil in Neuro's splash art. Because I didn't have a good way of doing a pose like that before. I think this is also Mumei's loose design there. Because I saw that and I'm like, that works really well for her. I do feel bad because I don't like art often enough that's like just art and not just for reference reason. And that's something I do feel bad about, because there's artists that definitely deserve, like, better recognition that... Oh, there you go, there you go. That's kind of not safe work, I guess. Oh god, yeah, this I fucking chuckled fiercely at. It's all the character things get replaced with Hatsune Miku. Hell yeah. Anything fucking Juniper does, man. But yeah, like these sorts of styles here, great. Also, yeah, that was funny. And then here as well, like, again, this sort of art is stuff that I use as like this is how to kind of get lighting done, this is how you get like certain parts drawn, looking at very visual aspects of it all. I also fucking, god, this animation is so clean. I am a very simple person to please with a lot of animation work, like this one as well. Because I'm not good at animation work. Oh yeah, here you go, some more reference stuff, like actual just straight up reference things. Yeah. Oh yeah, like stuff like this as well, like a time lapse where it's going through doing a visual style that I like. Like, these eyes, by the way, how this ends up, this is fucking gorgeous. Like, look at how that's going. The amount of minor details that are going into some of these sort of eyes that VTubers have, by the way, is insane. Want to get a good look at the counter? Yeah, we could go back to that in a second. Just that rendering. Looks so nice, but no, you wanted the counter. There you go. The final counter for the Bloodborne thing. It looks so bad. Out of context, that must look so fucking horrendous. Take notes, your new model is a stickman with magnificent eyes. I'd do that. I'd spend hours on that shit. Oh, dude, this looks so sick. Dude, I want more body horror in VTubing. That shit looks cool. Anyway. We're just scrolling my likes at that point and go very far back. The first time I saw you so mad at the game, yeah. Like, that actually got me to be like quite annoyed at things. But man, I loved it. Has confirmed his innocence. It's so funny that I actually thought it would probably look a lot worse than that. Because I'm sure I had more reference art that I'd looked at that are like the swimsuit ones, for example. It looks... But that's the best part. You can see I do sections of liking of images and almost all of them are like different poses. And that's the thing. Like, it's regardless of the character, regardless of anything, I'm like, I like that pose. I want to learn how to do that kind of pose. I want to maybe utilize that as a reference point for doing another character in a splash art. Damn, that's just kind of boring. I mean, we could really test my innocence. You guys want to really test my innocence? Doesn't even come up in my suggestions. Doesn't even come up in my suggestions. The real tests. I'm gonna type out rule 34, alright. R3. R3 for Skylar? What? But nothing actually comes up properly, other than a general thing. Open up the innocence test? Oh, there's no way I survived that. No, if you actually test my innocence in actual setting, no, it's gone. It's just, I don't leave evidence. I mean, what? Yeah, remember to use incognito. Yeah. I mean, no, I'm just such an innocent person. I would never look up any form of material that would be illicit in any capacity. I would never. The fact that to show that first I typed NHEN should answer the question. I feel like that is possibly one of the most telling actions of that test, by the way, that I just did. Oh, God. If you don't know which side I'm referring to of that, you're too innocent. Like, I got real good at typing that out with one hand. I'll have you know. I love how I couldn't do that. I straight up looked stuff outside of whatever. How questionable. You'll find with me, I do not use incognito very often for pretty much anything. If I'm looking up a dumb question, or even if it's sus question or anything, I'll look it up. I just don't care. I've literally Googled, because of obviously the circumstance being really funny, average male penis length. That was always a fun one. Do that with a bunch of guys around and everyone, you see, there's kind of like two reactions where it's just, oh, sweet, or, oh. Is that accurate? It's always the best way to do it. To be fair, real talk though, that's the thing, no matter how sus and you make good using the mouse and the keyboard with both hands, so yeah. I mean, that's the thing, is the amount of times, like, I'll hold my book with my left hand and type with my right hand, even though, like, I use the right hand for mouse work normally. So, like, I'll type like that, I can do that. I've done data entry. That's, I think, my short answer to it, is I can fairly decently, type with both of my hands. I don't touch type, though. I have never actually learnt to touch type. Somewhat. Like, I have my own scheme for it, but, like, I don't touch type. Which I had so many times where I had my, knuckles raked for doing that. I don't know. Touch typing never clicked with me. I spent months trying to learn it one time, and it just never stuck. And I found it just easier to watch my typing, getting all of that done correctly, and just getting used to a positioning of a keyboard. What's touch typing? Touch typing's actually a really simple thing to more or less explain. So touch typing is under the kind of statement that if you've got a keyboard, right, there is basically a section of the keyboard that you type with your left hand, and then a section of the keyboard you type with your right hand. And how you do it is that the J key and the F key have you, like, that little line at the bottom of them, you know, that, like, little bit there, that is how you position your pointer fingers. And then basically from there you have your middle finger with F side, so your left hand, it's middle finger on D, ring finger on S, and your pinky on A. And then you don't need to, like, know where you are. You know exactly where everything is on the keyboard by relative space. And you learn how to type via that. You basically auto-map in your head the keyboard from there. You use your thumbs for pressing some things, but you always work with those hover points of F and J is where your pointer fingers are. And the kind of general idea is that with each finger, you kind of only go in a space that's kind of in that line. And if you do this with your hands, like, right now, you'll kind of see the keyboard is often designed with that intention in mind, because all of the letters are within the kind of line scope that you have there. That is what touch typing is. It is basically not having to look at all at the keyboard, knowing complete and utterly where the position of everything is with a foundation point. The thing is, I kind of already have that in my head, but I don't follow using F and J as homing points. So yeah, if you ever wondered why those little bars exist on those two keys, typically, that is why. F and J are your like foundation points. If you, admittedly, I will say this, if you really want to get fast at typing, you do kind of need to learn to touch type, or something equivalent. I cannot type as fast as some of my colleagues could, or even some of the students at school, just because they spent all their time doing touch typing, and they would practice speed tests. However, while they could get up to like very high, like top 1% sort of speed in typing, I still managed to be quite consistently in the top 20 to 10% of typists in speed. And that's with someone that isn't doing an actual optimal strategy. Oh, well, strategy is making it seem like it's but a good way of doing it, a good format. It's kind of the way the keyboard is designed. But yeah. It was a huge thing back when I was at school, though, was to try and like force students to learn to touch type. I don't know how big it is now, but like, okay, maybe I'll correct that slightly. It was a huge thing with my kind of group of people, because we were the tech savvy lot. I did a lot of IT work when I was at school. Relative to the era. So I would often be put into IT classes, and that was one of the things that they always got annoyed at me for, is that I wouldn't do that. And I think I would be faster and better at typing now if I hadn't had people trying to force me to do that, because I would have just practiced my sort of own style more and more. Now, as young people just know how to type fast. That is foul to say to me. Thank you, bitch. You asshole. You son of a bitch. Can't just pull that shit out. You can't do some of that emotional damage with age. But yeah, no, gamer brain not accepting F as a home point is also very, very normal, I feel. I will openly admit my fingers rest on WASD or QWE quite a lot. Imagine having to be taught how to type. That was the era. I feel like that was fairly common back in those points of time. I guess, like, we're just at a point where most people have come to acknowledge that it's, if people want to learn to touch type, then they'll learn to touch type. If they don't, then they don't. So in Poland, to have, documents that you have an experience with computer skills, you need to pass a test. Oh, okay. Interesting. What's the test, though? I'm curious. This is very outdated, super simple, like 10-question quiz. Ooh. Keyboards adapted, the typewriter layout is also fun. Yes. Which is why this is considered such an optimal way of doing things, is because in the nicest sense, we've had this system in place for yonks. Like, think how long we've had the kind of keyboard layout. Yeah, it makes actually a lot of sense when you kind of think about that. I've actually used typewriters as well. They're quite fun. There's definitely a satisfying aspect of just the clicking, which is where I think mechanical keyboards became quite popular from as well. Like actually made back when PCs still had a giant square monitor that you had to carry around with 2 people. Okay, well, you're making that sound like that was a really long time ago, and I'm starting to get a little sad. That's not that long ago. It's not that long ago. It's not that long ago. Right? Right? It's not like the PCs that I remember using back in primary school or in museums now. And I'm not actually kidding with that, by the way. I saw that, like, 5 years ago, and I was like, oh, okay. Thanks. It was made almost 20 years ago. Yes, that's why I'm like, please stop. Like, man, I'm getting emotionally damaged again. Well, chat rolled a D5 and got a 5 fucking psychic damage. And one of the monitors like that in my basement. Dude, I still remember using those monitors a lot. I mean, fuck, I've talked about how for the longest time I got one of those 40-inch TVs, and they were like the fat TVs. There's a term for them, but none of y'all fucking probably remember them. But they're the fat TVs. And I remember lugging that bitch around. That thing was like 100 kgs at least. It's gonna cry into his body pillow again. Yeah, it's pretty much what's gonna be after stream. I'm just gonna curl up in bed and fucking go fetal position. Cry myself to sleep for a bit. Just a couple questions they made you answer in the office of work. Not sure how to call it in the end. So they can put it in the system that you know how to use a PC. God damn. I kind of almost want to look it up. If I just write Polish PC quiz, is it just called the proficiency test? No. No, that's yeah, no, that's asking for other things. PC comp. Yeah, translate it to me so you can get PC qualified. You do realize, Devil, that's a local download file, right? That you've just linked to me. Give me a second, because I need to fix my chat thing as well. It just broke. There we go. And you know how I can see that? What is a network search engine? A program that searches for network resources based on specific keywords. A program for viewing web page content. A program that detects LAN connections. Wait, that's one of the questions. Wait, seriously? Alright, I'm looking up this fucking quiz. Also, I think network search engine is such an outdated term now that I'm thinking on that as well. Have I even heard that in the last, like, 10 years? Because I think just people call it the fucking network connector, right? And shit like that. Like, I'm trying to even, because it's literally just your network. So, yeah. I have not heard it called a network search engine in yonks. A program that searches for network resources based on specified keywords. A program for searching web page content. A program that detects LAN connections. The fact that it's called LAN connections and that is the part that also triggers me. Because it should be C. Files named JPG, TXT, MP3 are in order. Text, graphics, music, graphics, text, music, music, text. Wait, what? No, that's not actually... It's B, by the way, in case anyone is wondering. I think your PC qualified. Maybe, you know? I'm having a fucking stroke thinking about that. Holy shit. Like, that's not even something that we ever got, like, asked, I feel. We just learned it. And that was back when that shit would be the thing we'd send proof in Discord. Okay. Wait, I need to say this. Holy shit. Yeah, no, that's actually so wild that that's a test. Control V shortcut is used to copy text, paste text, cut text. Technically, none of those. It is to paste your clipboards. That's actually fucking funny, because that's just inaccurate. It's to paste your clipboard. It's not about pasting text. It's paste your current clipboard to the most relevant part of your clipboard. Is it an only text accepting point? Then it will only accept the last text point that you added. Is it something that can handle an image? Then it will handle the image filing and reference point. That's actually foul, because that's just inaccurate. That makes me a little mad, I'm not gonna lie. That's... I love that that's how I immediately look at that. I'm just like, cool, I have already told you your test is incorrect. Because it's actually just you wrong. Tell the Polish government I'll write them a new quiz. Oh, that's actually fucking funny. I just looked at that one. The browser, so yeah, it's basically, a browser is not A, Skype, B, Mozilla Firefox, or C, Google Chrome. Skype doesn't even exist anymore. They went under, didn't they? That's not even actually something you can use as a reference anymore. Skype, yeah, Skype definitely isn't a fucking browser. They're fucking dead. That's actually wild. That's actually so funny. That's... Dude, I still remember playing games on Skype, by the way. That shit was fucking funny. I already taken that test like a few months ago. What the fuck? That's wild. That's actually so wild. That is a test you took as of 3 months ago. That is not a test that could exist. Can't wait until someone comes in with a test and gets stumped on that question. It's like, what the fuck, Skype? And is this a browser I've not heard of before? That's immediately something I can expect. Like, that's equivalent now, because Skype has failed, having that question and just writing dog. I just want that understood. That is how equivalent that is now. That's incredible. Choose something like Microsoft Word. It's more likely to stick around. God. This test is officially approved by the European Union. Oh, good. File a complaint, give them my fucking contact details and tell them this guy will write you a new one and it will be of all levels capable. He'll test if they fucking know way too much or way too little. The Firefox stops working at some point and you can... Oh, nah, Firefox is gonna outlast, like, Google Chrome, I'm gonna be honest. And let's be perfectly real, and we can all kind of agree to this, the only reason Microsoft Edge still fucking exists is because it's manually, forcefully installed on Microsoft PCs, and it is nothing else than that. That's literally it. It is only used by people who cannot be asked to download a new one, or by businesses that don't let you download a new one. That is it. I do not know anyone that uses Microsoft Edge and not for a lazy answer. I say that Amelie used Microsoft Edge up until fairly recently. Like, I think a year ago. Yes, by the way, and that should tell you exactly the kind of people that use Microsoft Edge. The Scuff Queen herself. please used Microsoft Edge. It's a term on your PC and it comes with that. Cut it out before I start work on it, yeah. Let's be honest, what is the most often thing Googled on Microsoft Edge? It's literally just another browser. It's how to download Google Chrome or Opera GX or Mozilla, or Firefox, basically, yeah. She literally started a stream as you said. She's feeling called out. Go to her chat and say, I heard from someone that you used to use Microsoft Edge. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't harass talents. Just felt the tingle of shit talk in the back of her neck. If she, honestly, I can't wait to watch later, see the stream, go click on it, like the VOD for it. And like the first thing is like, I don't know why I started now. I felt this inkling to start streaming, and I'm like, I don't get the browser differences. I just use Edge because I don't get why everyone's arguing. That's fair. Like, using a Chromium-based browser tends to have a lot of beneficial aspects because it tends to preload a lot of things in a lot of ways. The problem is Google Chrome preloads everything that's on the page, which is where memory leak issues can occur. Opera GX is Chromium-based, but it only preloads within a current scope. But it has also got its own complications. Every browser does. Firefox also preloads, but it's a lot more lightweight framework. And then there's a couple of newer ones as well. There's an into the force, exactly. And like, genuinely, I stand by that. I can't recommend Google Chrome to people, but I can recommend like Opera or like Opera GX or Firefox. Those are the two that I recommend to people most of the time. There are others that I would normally recommend as well, but I just don't remember their names off the top of my head. It's just those are the two that are like probably the most notable. I just like GX because I have a lot of utility options in it, and it basically yoinks Chrome stuff. Like, I can install Chrome extensions into it, which is really nice. It has its own extensions, but it also has Chrome extensions. The first question on that test was, are you Amelie? You're not. Cool, you can't be tech savvy then. Have you ever learnt to use a computer? No. 0 points. B, yes. Complete the test below. Oh my god. Have you ever used a computer before? No. Okay, then just don't bother with this test. Fuck off. I like that. I kind of love that. Like, okay, real talk though, and this is that harshness. While I'm making fun of this test, what would you want to see out of a test like that? Because if you're asking for foundational questioning of whether or not a person is capable of using a computer, do you know what garu garu is? No? I'm not, that doesn't ring any bells. But yeah, like, it's difficult when it comes to foundational PC stuff, because it's like, what is a web browser? Well, you do actually need to ask that, because people don't. Do you know where the power button? Yeah, it's stuff like that. It's like, do you know how to operate a PC under these circumstances? Do you know the control layout to bring, like, What are the two easiest ways to bring up Task Manager? Is something that I would ask someone. So if they don't know, that's fine. Now you can explain them. Doesn't exist for the past 10 years. The test references that. Oh god. Oh god. But yeah, no, actually, that's a question I'll pose to chat. What are the two easiest ways to bring up Task Manager? There's two ways to do it easily. There's a very famous one, and is the one that most people know, and then there's a second one that's the one I use most of the time. Have you ever pressed yes, I'm over 18 before being 18? Those check marks barely existed when and before I was 18. I'll have that known. That's how I'll answer that question. But yeah, there's two ways to bring up Task Manager. Or the two easiest ways. I will keep iterating it that way, because there are multiple ways to do it. But there's two easiest ways. You'd be surprised, but there are old people that I saw fail this. Yeah, no, exactly. That's why I say, like, there's some people that will fail that test. That's why those tests exist. And it's not to say anything negative to those people. This is a method to see what they can do with you and what you might need in training. Alright, so the first option for bringing up Task Manager that most people will know is... doing the good old Control-Alt delete. And then this brings up a menu, and Task Manager is one of the options. Alright. I got a good one. 16. A secure password should consist of your name and date of birth. No. B. Include your piece number. And then C. Consist of at least 8 characters and also contain upper and lowercase letters and special characters. Man, I really wanted to go with B. I think B's the right one on that one. God damn it. That's so fucking... I mean, to be fair, that's a really good question to ask to people when they don't know how passwords work. It's like, why can't I just have it something super memorable? Yeah, no, I realize that it's basically your SSN, yeah. But I'm gonna ask the question now. Now that I've given this as one of the answers. So this is number 1, right? What's number 2? What's the button combination that brings up Task Manager directly? There is a key binding for it, and I will give at least a hint. That is the hint I'll give. It is 3 buttons to bring up Task Manager. Correct. There you go. Control-Shift-Escape. It doesn't work for me at the moment because Task Manager is permanently up. I've never heard of Control-Alt-Delete, by the way. Wait, you've never used Control-Alt-Delete? What? That's, like, one of the first button combinations I feel like I ever learned. outside of like Control C, Control V. Wait, it's one of the like Control-Alt-Delete is one of the default debugging things you ever learn. What? Is that not commonly shown now? I'm having a fucking moment. Control-Alt-Delete is basically if your computer is suffering miserably, it is one of the easiest ways to do it. Try out Control-Alt-F4. Kind of blow your mind. Yeah? You really wanna? You really? I live under a rock, by the way, so that may be a thing. Okay. So you want me to use Control-Alt-F4, do you, Devil? Okay, give me a second, I'll, Okay, let's see. Alright, so Control-Alt-F4 and... Yeah, I'm not that fucking stupid. Right, give my fucking stuff a second to re-initialize. There we go. In case anyone's wondering, Control-Alt-F4 doesn't actually do anything, it's just Alt-F4. It's not a... it's not an actual thing. At least on Windows, it is literally just Alt F4 is the only trigger point there. I'm sorry to ruin your fun, Devil. I know. You have no idea, by the way, what I just did to my fucking system. I literally just selected all of my sources in OBS and just deleted them in like instant speed. And I was like, cool, the bit's done, undo it all. I'm so glad that actually undid it, otherwise I was gonna have to manually redo all of that, and it included all audio sources too. That was really dangerous. That was a fun bit. It actually came up with a warning going like, oh, do you want to delete 19 different things? I like how you have to make the disclaimer for people new to computers, yeah. I mean, it's that same thing of the amount. Look, you say that, Clap, but keep in mind, there have been many a times where Amelie has literally pressed Alt F4 after a recommendation from chat. as she's, like, she's special, she really fucking is. I swear to God. She is something. I do not envy Sayu because I did what Sayu does there as a job. And, like, when you do that as a job, it's a little bit better because you get to, like, disassociate with them. I made VTubers Altair 4 too. God damn it. As long as you didn't make them Altair 4 OBS, I don't see a problem, but, like, god damn it. Yeah, resident grandma. I love, the best part is, right, is you get, like, Matara, which actively advertises herself as the hag, right? Whereas, like, Arma doesn't need to advertise herself as anything. She's just the, like, incapable with computers, like, old grandma. And I love her dearly for it, but my god, oh, sometimes you want to throttle her. You're listening to her explain the problem, and you're hearing Sayu or whoever, or like Joel or whatever, lose their shit like just that little bit more each time. Give them the kill your own PC combo, yeah. There is button combinations I could say right now that are like actually just force crash your PC sort of things. It's really funny. Oh, have I ever told you about one of... Okay, so as an IT person, right? As an IT person, there are sometimes where you know what the problem is, but the user on the other end refuses to listen. And now, you're not supposed to ever be truly dishonest with them. But one of the things that I hate doing is that as IT, the vast majority of the problems ever that exist are solved by a simple, have you tried turning it on and turning it off and on again, right? And we've all heard the joke, but it legitimately solves a lot more problems than people think. So, what if I said, there have been times where I know that is the case, and I've asked the user, have they done this? And they say, yes, I have. And I know for a damn certainty they haven't, because I can see their activity of their computer and I can see what they've done with it. And the fact that they're not willing to admit they haven't done it means that, like, they're just got a pride problem. So, there was one time, the guy was tech savvy enough I couldn't use like a hotkey thing with him. And he wouldn't let me access his PC. Like, remotely. To solve the problem either. He's like, no, I want to solve this. I just need your help and guidance to get there. I'm like, I can do a lot more. We're solving the issue if you allowed me to just remotely access. No. I don't trust... It's okay. Alright. So I proceeded to basically get him to go, cool, can you go to PowerShell? Okay, I'm looking at PowerShell. Cool. Can you put in the following thing for a diagnostic? From there, you'll be able to probably resolve your issues. And he's like, oh, okay. I'm like, cool. Type in this, like, a command line. Gave him a command line to type in. And he presses enter. He's like, okay, it's doing something. My computer's frozen. Oh, it's blue screened. Like, oh, that's not a good sign. You might have to reboot the PC from this point. He's like, oh, okay. He reboots it. Oh, the issue seems to be gone. Oh, it seems to be working fine. I'm like, oh, well, that's good to hear. I guess clearly the diagnostic managed to resolve the issue. Oh, okay. I wrap up the call, end it. I turn to the person next to me and they look at me dead in the eye and go, you gave him a memory leak issue, didn't you? And I'm like, he wouldn't turn his PC off. I forced him to do a recursion loop. A full memory recursion loop. It basically would recalculate an infinite amount of times as a recursion. So it basically would freeze and then crash because of memory space allocation. I need that. Can you share it? No, I'm not sharing how to do it. That is easy enough to look up on your own. I feel like there's legal implications if I share that one. But it's just, I fucking love the amount of times something like that is how I do it. Because it's some asshole that thinks he's so much better than IT. And he's like, no, I don't need to do that. I know what I'm doing. Or, oh yeah, I've done it and they haven't done it. And you're like, I'm gonna throttle you, I swear. But it was so funny watching the person next to me just kind of go like, you son of a bitch. It's like, I listened to what you told him to write. That isn't right. But yes, the short answer is that is one of the biggest issues with IT, in my opinion, is not the people that don't know what they're doing, it's the people that are stubborn about wanting to know what they do. I used to manage a team of 20 drivers. One of them had a problem with navigation, was trying to tell him what to do, but we had communication issue. Polish man refusing to speak the same language. Eventually left my office, walked down and back to the parking lot. Took 15 minutes to get to his car and literally found the navigation not connected to anything. Damn. I could do a live demonstration. Oh yeah, I just need it. No, my PC lags enough. We don't need it to lag out into death right now. But yeah, no, I will also say, do not do that. What I did to that guy's computer is actually really, really potentially damaging. If anything had gone wrong, it could have actually permanently fucked the PC. But I was kind of really pissed with it. And I gave him one that was safe and it should only force memory to choke out and nothing more. If anyone was wondering what the issue was, it was literally just like a driver wasn't running and it needed a restart to finish the installation process, and it was really obvious that was the case. Because I also said, like, I believe a new driver has been sent to your systems, so it would need to be installed and restarted on most PCs. I'll crush it at this point. No, I got more work that I need to do. Even though technically it looks like I've not been doing jack shit. I've just been trying to decide what I'm gonna do for the next bit. Because there's a lot of other stuff that needs to go in this. But yeah, no, I love funny things like that. I love doing, I will openly admit there has been a lot of times I've trolled people with stuff because they would not listen to me. But it's like, it's in a very specific setting where it's like, no, this is 100%, this is how I need to do it because you are not going to listen. Just restart your damn PC. Send him a long strip of gibberish that just executed shutdown. I could have. No, I could have just given him a end PC run command. The problem is, and this is the nicest way of saying it, I sat there and I'm like, I want to ensure that this person feels like it wasn't me just sending him an execute end of PC command. It's because if he ran that and his screen went black all of a sudden the PC restarted, he would think I sent him something to reset it. This way it means that like it feels like it was a diagnostic error. And it makes him feel superior because it feels like, in a sense, maybe I sent something wrong. I genuinely, that's how you've got to do it. You've got to make them feel like the smart one. And to do that, you need to make them feel like they've done something notable. Literally, all I did was just force him to restart his computer by blue screening it. And I want to stress, it would have been super easy because all I would have done was I would have just double-checked the driver thing, because that's what I tried to get him to do, but he wouldn't do it. I would have double-checked if the driver wasn't installed correctly, which I knew it wasn't, because his PC had not been restarted once since it went active, and the active, it would have gone active after the install point, so it wouldn't have done it while it's turned off, for security reasons. So it would have just required a restart. Normally, an IT department of some kind would go through and manually do that. Or like, it would basically access the PC at range and do soft resets to everything with that sort of stuff. But hey. Send an image of what I used to play 40k with my friend back in the day last year. Ooh. Oh, hell yeah. That actually looks kind of cool. So that way you can see, like, your range effects and stuff like that. That makes sense. I still love the best part is, I don't know if I'll ever actually play Warhammer 40k. I just want the things, and I want to paint them, and I want to have fun with that. And I 100% expect we're going to paint some of them on stream, right? I don't know how I'm going to set that up, but I'll try and set something up for that. Whether I, like, take over Noxie's, station that she has in the garage and set up a camera, and then, like, just send that to the PC. If you want to use that after building an army, I can just add you and test out the army. Tempting. You put it on the stream schedule? True. I mean, I don't have figures though. That's literally the only reason I'm not going to do the painting for it yet. And so, like, sort out a thing. I can... Because what I could do... Ooh, how would I do mic, though? I don't think I've got a way of doing a good microphone setup out there. I would probably have to use a shitty mic and then just wireless it over. That's the only way I can think of doing it. Or I could try and use that. No, that wouldn't work. There's a couple of things I might need to try. If I was to do it. Do it! Do it. It's gonna be Fable stream quality? Hell yeah. No, it'll be interesting if, because, like, technically I could do it here in my office, like my office room space, but like there's the whole toxic fumes argument. You know, surprisingly enough, paint fumes and all that near PC parts alone and where I sleep and eat might not be a wise idea. Imagine that. Imagine that. But yeah, I mean, like, the main thing that needs to be acknowledged as well while I'm talking on all of this is that do not expect to see anything like this content that I'm talking about until after the PC's done. Or unless someone fucking sends me something. Or gives me something. Which I doubt is because that shit's expensive. And we can wait on it. Because I'll buy it myself eventually. Once the PC's done, a lot of things open up. A lot of things open up all of a sudden. More games can be played. I'm no longer spending money aggressively on that, and I can spend it on Magic and other games and Magic. And Magic. You're no longer a slideshow? Yeah. Again, like, the best example I can give towards what the streams will become is, like, think of what the Fable stream... Not the Fable, think of what the Final Fantasy stream looks like at the moment, alright? Like, the model moves really smoothly, the stream overall is fairly smooth, it is just pure and simply, all that. That's because the PC is only running the bare minimum essentials of VTube Studio and OBS and a couple of other side programs. Realize I could make it even more efficient because I would be able to tear away any peripheral programs that I run in the background of a main PC, like TeamViewer and other things like that. Like, a lot of software gets pulled away, basically. And a lot more things get used only on that for the PC, and then I can have the main PC would become where everything else is getting done. So we're not getting this choppiness that you're seeing right now, where if I move side to side, you can see very, very actively the computer is fighting miserably to survive. We're getting there, though. We are getting there. Once we get over this big hump of issues at the moment that I've got for it, I should be able to kick forward quite a lot. Because it's what again? It's motherboard, SSD, RAM, and GPU are the main things I need. And the GPU is the only really expensive part there. I guess there's also some more cooling that I need to get, but that's stuff that, like, I'll get pretty late on in the list. Like, I'll probably get, like, SSD or 2 and, like, another hard drive as well. For storage capacity. Like, get a really cheap couple of terabyte, HDD. Because the case that I have has a shitload of space for them. Because I've shown the case, right? I'm pretty sure I've shown the case. I think I can look at it from my PC part picker. Because I think it should still be set there. Yeah, this is the case here. It is a full tower. So if you know the size difference with towers, you'll understand this thing is a fucking giant thing. It's nearly 11. So we're ready for bed. Fair enough, devil. I thought about it a few times, and it's a really dumb question. No such thing as a dumb question. But PC cases aren't really necessary. So, yes and no. But yeah, no, catch you later, devil. But no, the thing with a PC case is it is a protection. There's a reason why I make the argument, like, glass isn't as necessary. Or visual aspects of a case aren't as necessary. What's important, what is the point with a case is to basically protect the parts from potential dust, getting places it shouldn't, just general elements and stuff like that, preventing those sorts of problems. That's like the main way to look at it. Is you're putting it in a very controlled space to ensure its temperature a little bit better, to regulate things and handle things like that. That's how you kind of got to see a case. So, could I run a PC without a case? Yes I could. Is it easier to organize all the cabling and keep it safe with one? Yes. It's much better. Well, yeah, but you could technically make one out of a cupboard, and that's what I'm thinking about. Yes, no, 100% you could. Like, as long as it's especially if it's an enclosed space and you have a way to keep it controlled, dust filtered, and all of these sorts of things. Yes, undoubtedly you could 100% do that. That's why server racks are in giant rooms and are in just big boxes. It's because they are just designed to be done in a way that means we can access them easily. Like the people that need to access it can access it easily, and they're just in a cooled environment. They're in a cool, non-damp environment, because you need cool and not dry, but like not damp environments. And you want a low oxygen thing as well, because you don't want the metals and stuff like that corroding too much. But yeah, like, I've known people that have turned entire just shelving things into a PC. You can make, take a server rack and just toss all the PC parts in there in a fairly decent way, obviously, and organize it all. And I've seen people do that and, like, run it throughout their house with a hell of a tanky PC. And I know one guy that does crypto farming in a box that's like supposed to be used for a pool. It's like where you put all the stuff for like filtering the pool and managing the pool, but they don't use the pool anymore. So they ripped all the stuff out because it's a non-damp, cold space. So it's really good for that. But somehow I can't stop laughing at it. That's fair. That's fair. Again, it's one of those things that, like, I don't think I would ever want to go full smart house sort of tech, but I would definitely not be against, like, rigging up a localized PC network in a household to handle a lot of things. Where am I? But yeah, that's like very long-term sort of house that I would build as well. So I'd build a house with that in mind. It's also the difficulty that in New Zealand, the idea of a basement is kind of not there. You don't do basements in New Zealand because we'd have too many things like earthquakes and just general problems. So it's just dangerous to put a giant concrete box in the ground. So if you were to do it, you would have to do a lot of that sort of stuff at surface level, which there's complications with doing a PC, like a core PC server point on surface level, because then you're just banking longer cables and it's harder to maintain the temperature point sometimes. Can't wait for your house building vlogging channel. God. You're gonna be waiting like decades for that, chief. The amount of money to buy a property space and just build a house is insane. Especially with all of like the regulation checks that you have to do here in New Zealand. Ugh. They would not like how I want to build my house, some of the parts of it at least. No, genuinely, okay, so everyone's done this, right? They've got like their idealistic home. They've got their house that they're like, this is what I would love. If I had zillions of dollars, I would build this. The fact that I can say with so much certainty, my house wouldn't be like that big is the funniest part with it now. It's like, the main design for the house stuff that I want to do is basically front door, this will be like laundry. This will be washroom, so like your shower and your bathtub. Actually, probably these the other way around, because then it would be toilet. Yeah, so swap these around so the door's here. But yeah, this would be the toilet. Then this would probably be like the linen sort of cupboard. Then this would be bedroom. Like 2 of them maybe. And then like this other side, it's basically, I know this is, wait, it'd be more like that. This other side, it's like, this would be, this would all be open plan, and it would be kind of like kitchen space over here, dining space here, and lounge space here. And then maybe I would have an upstairs section for an office. Like, that would be the idea, is it's like, oh, there's, stairs at the back here, or something like that. You go upstairs, and there's, like, I guess, office space and, like, another bathroom up there. That's pretty much it. And if you're wondering, yes, this is basically very Japanese sort of designed, with the laundry and the bathroom connected and all that stuff. Because I like that. I think that's actually a really good way of handling things, because you've got, you've got the ability to basically take your clothing off, and instead of putting it in like a hamper to then have to take it to the like your washing, you just have it there inherently ready to put through the wash once you've come out of the shower, or come out of the bath shower, whatever. So you can get home, toss your stuff to the side, do your, like, clean yourself up if you've gotten dirty from rain or something like that, and put your shit through the dryer or the washing machine. Just straight away. That becomes so much more cleaner and efficient to me. That just requires, like, really good ventilation and all that, which is why you have to have that at a very much a corner point of the house. And that's why you also want it near the front as well, because it's like you've just come into the house, you don't want to go very far if you've, like, drudging in stuff that you want to just dump off in the laundry. Ironically enough, by the way, and this is something I'll laugh at, I didn't like the idea of a two-story house for a very, very long time. I didn't like the idea of a two-story house for a very long time. Then I've lived in one, and I'm not gonna lie, not bad. Your ideal house sounds like something I'd do. It's just nice, it's simple. Don't get me wrong, I'd like a quarter-acre section or something for the property, at least. Because then I would be able to have, like, garage space and a little bit of space to have for, like, people to actually be able to come around and relax. That's why I kind of want to have at least one spare bedroom, if not more. I'd probably also want to sleep out, so people can come and, like, stay when they need to. Or it means that I can have, like, pets a little bit easier as well. Like, a rumpus room wouldn't be amiss. Because that's also, like, the rumpus room argument, though, starts moving into that territory of, like, say, if I had a partner or a family kind of environment, I would want that. But I can say with damn certainty, I would absolutely love, like, kitchen, dining, and lounge to be all open plan to each other, and it's all just one large space with a bunch of stuff going on in there, because I feel like that's a great way to hang out. And I like the idea of open plan. I really like open plan a lot with that. It is kitchen, bathroom plus laundry, toilet, bedroom plus office, and an empty room for all sorts of BS. Yeah, I mean, that's the other argument as well, is like, given a peak case scenario, I would probably have several more rooms, and, like, one of those rooms would be my kind of, like, only magic-related stuff, where I could possibly record Magic the Gathering content as well. But it would be where I'd store all my magic. Then I would have another room for stuff like Gunpla, and Wargame things. But, like, that's why I say, like, that's starting to get really, really intense with things. I'm not too fussed about that. I would happily have those kind of, things separate from the main house, but, like, at least, some coverage. Like, a little bit of coverage, between those locations. So if it's raining, you can get there without worrying about rain, but you'd be able to just go between the locations and it not be a problem. And the fact that I can say all of that, and I'm just like, that is how I would do an ideal house, and it's like, and that's so much more basic than what you hear some people with, like, I want a mansion. I've lived in, yeah, no, I might as well say that. I've basically lived in a mansion one time. I worked for someone that had a mansion, and I'm actually saying mansion because yes, and my god, it's just so much work to fucking move around and maintain that sort of place. I couldn't. I really couldn't. Like, it was just, I had to do the gardening and shit for that location. It gets too much. Too much. I don't care for all the fancy shit. Yeah, no, I want a house I can live in that's nice and cozy and enjoyable. The reason I kind of want stairs for my office space is because I like the fact that it would give me a bit of exercise, or forcing a little bit of exercise into my day-to-day, and maintaining that sort of thing. And it also means, like, really, really long term, I'll probably find an answer if I start having, like, walking or knee-related problems or, like, just, yeah, anything like that. I'd find something that I can do, and that's the benefit of it being your own house, is you'd be able to actually put that shit in easily. Now, how those stairs would be designed would be very particular, because I'd need to make sure that they're not like the tall fucking ones, which is done a lot in New Zealand. We have those shitty, you know what I mean by like the ones where you really have to lift your knee, and it like feels like you're basically going like 90-degree angled walk up. Trips on a step, not even falls off the stairs, just ends up like the Family Guy meme. God damn. Probably. But I find it funny as well, because it's like, I go through all of this description, and it genuinely feels like this house isn't even that, like, extreme of a house. And I've looked at, like, how much it would cost. It would cost a fuckload to do still, but, like, in comparison to other people I know's ideas of, like, their dream homes, I'm like, wow, I feel really boring. Because, like, I know one person that was like, oh, I want to have, like, this and that and all that, and, like, it basically means they have to have acres of section. I'm like, I don't want to live out of town, really. Because if I live out of town, I feel like there's so many things that could go wrong for me. With my health and everything, it's like, nah, if something goes wrong, I'm out of town, I'm probably just dead. Whereas, like, at least this way, if I'm in town, I'm potentially closer to, like, the hospital or my doctors. Imagine them getting tired of it. Yeah, like, that's something as well. That I feel like that's the difficulty with dream home things, is like, I want something that's workable, content, nice, easy to use, and easily modified when necessary. Right? That's the reason why, like, I already planned for the fact that I want a larger section so I can add additional, outlet buildings and not have, stuff attached into the house. I mean, there's even a consideration that I don't even go two-story. I just make my office separate from the main house as well. Because then it gives me the kind of feeling that I'm going to a workspace, not connected. Like, ironically enough, it'll probably end up as, like, the house will basically be a house and an office building on a singular section. And, like, the office building being basically, like, a meeting space. Like a meeting space, rumpus room sort of thing. A hobby room, and then, like, an upstairs that's my office. And I could have that as a separate thing. Just turn the shed into an office and make it sort of fit. Yeah, like, something like that. Like, I wouldn't be against doing, like, basically a second building part and having all that connected to, like, garage. So, again, it's like, that's the secondary room. But again, like, I will openly admit, a lot of these designs are kind of with, that in mind of, like, I want to keep a lot of that separate from the main household, just so I'm not interrupting anything that might be happening in the main household. Even though I'm very realistically going to be having that place alone. a separate building, you get more privacy in a way? Yeah. Oh, it's because it would be a building, like, further to the back, right? And it would also be funny, because it would be, like, anyone that actually knows me knows that, like, during the day, they would just come to the back building and, like, knock on that or, like, ping the doorbell on that. And anyone that doesn't know me would go to my main house and go, oh, I guess he's not home. Which is really funny. Hey, Matthew, how's it going? Also, yes, it is still morning. Good lord, we're only at 9 AM. Been talking a lot today, jeez. Putting a camera to... Okay, that's where I'll say I would be tech orientated for that. I would have a camera at both doors. And I would have it set up so in my office space I can see those cameras. 11 PM goes brr, yeah. It do be like that. It do be like that. Oh, I can't wait to do, like, a long stream again, where it's just fucking, like, 48 hours or some shit. I lose my mind. I stand by, that will probably happen after the PC thing. Put it in the background while upgrading decks on Bloxfield. Yeah, how have you been thinking with the Spider-Man cards so far? I haven't actually looked at the newest spoilers. I looked at the last ones that gave us the Miles Morales flip and the Gwen flip. And like Punk Spider, which I thought that was awesome. I think that was like one of the best cards they've done. Everything gets Riot, it's good. All the spiders get Riot. So I should someday acquire a sleeping schedule. Hey, sleeping schedule is just a fancy word for figuring out all that. It seems a bit mid. Oh yeah, no. Prior to those, like in the first wave of spoilers, I think the Spider-Man shit is terrible. Like, it's very disappointing. The second wave of spoilers, I got a little bit more interested, but I'm still fairly disappointed. Like the Doc Ock, the Demir Doc Ock, I thought was pretty cool. Like your max hand size is 8, but you draw up to 8 cards at the end of your turn. I thought that was a really cool way of doing it. And Demir, that seems pretty decent. Let me MTG Goldfish. I want to have a look and see if there's any brand new spoilers that I haven't seen yet. Yes, there are, because there's new Craven. I haven't seen that. Let's see. This enters mill 5 cards. When you do, the saga deals damage equal to the greatest power amongst creature cards in your graveyard to target creature. Target creature you control gets +2/+2 until end turn. Return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. That seems pretty garbage for 3 and a green. Ugh. But, Anti-Venom seems kind of funny. I don't think it's very good, but I think it's kind of funny having the 5 white, enters if it was cast, return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. If this, damage would be dealt to Anti-Venom, prevent it, and then deal that much, give that when you 1/1 counters. I could see this being quite spooky in some decks, but not being, like, incredibly strong. Again, this is like a Voltron Commander, but like very expensive. I'll be honest, like this is a very, very intense card. This one though is the one I was talking about, this Doc Ock Master Planner. I actually think is really cool. So other villains you control get +2/+2. I'll be honest, that's the part of the card I dislike the most. Your max hand size is 8. At the beginning of your end step, if you have fewer than 8 cards in hand, draw cards equal to the difference. That's really cool. I like that. Gwen Stacy is really funny because it basically means that she goes, like, full into the fighting Eldrazi mode with, one of these. No, sorry, Miles's. Miles fights Eldrazi. This one's about, like, tutoring. Oh, well, yeah. Impulse draw, sorry. Was the term I was looking for. But for Jeskai, yeah, no, I could see this being playable. Like, I don't think this is a bad, like, I think this is actually a really good Jeskai commander. Whenever you play a land from exile or cast a spell, put a 1/1 counter on this, remove 2 counters from this, exile the top card of your library. So, again, impulse draw for 2 counters. You're gonna be getting, like, theoretically, every counter you gain, you spend 2, kind of getting a good thing with that. I don't know, it seems nice. This Miles, though, this is the one that goes against Eldrazi because of his Invis thing. Because of Camouflage. Put a 1/1 counter on him, he gains Hexproof and becomes colorless. Like, I just kind of like that. He can fight the Eldrazi with this. Whenever you attack, double the number of each kind of counter on each spider and legendary creature you control. I don't expect that part to be as insane. I just think this top part's actually pretty decent. This will go strong, though. And hitting legendaries makes it a little bit more justifiable. Also, what I found out, the cards with the spider symbol are from the welcome decks. The welcome decks? Wait, so where would I be looking for the specific symbol for the welcome decks thing? You mean this one? That's just the logo for the thing, right? The logo for the set. Or am I missing something? Because I know there's welcome decks. That got teased at the convention. Just scroll down to that. There's the showcase, extended art, borderless. Oh, that symbol. Oh, okay, so most of the shit cards are from that. Oh, okay, that's... Man, it's sad to say that. So, that's good to know. Oh, because I kept looking at these cards and I think they're fucking atrocious. Good to know that they're part of a separate thing. Hey, Mallet, the Man the Gathering fan. Look, I want it known. I've been pretty good at not talking too much Magic today. Oh yeah, by the way, Matthew, do you really like paying, was it 2 life for a basic? Good to know they're for new players, yeah. Do you like paying 2 life for a basic? That comes in untapped? You've seen Multiversal Passage, right? I fucking hate it. I know what it's trying to do. I get it. I really do. But, like... I just... I do not like my multiversal passage. So to those that are wondering, multiversal passage is, as this land enters, choose a basic land type, then you may pay 2 life. If you don't, it enters tapped. This land is the chosen type. So you are paying 2 life for a basic land to come in, untapped, when you could just play a basic land that comes in untapped naturally. Now, the rationale behind it, I can see it in Commander, is if you're playing a multicolored deck and you want it for that, but like, there's so many other cards that work better than it. I'm gonna be honest as well, I want to agree with basic land of your choice. Yeah, it's, if you are playing a multicolored deck and you're like shorter color, you can choose it out. And that's... having that come in untapped makes it a bit justified. I get what they're going with for that. But like, would also be good in... yeah. Like, I don't see it being as valuable in Commander when there are so many lands, land types, and other ways to fetch lands. Especially it turning into a basic makes it a bit weak. Like, it's not even, the problem is it's not got a land type itself. So it doesn't have a way of fetching it easily outside of situations where, like, you could fetch any land, and if I could fetch any land, why would I fetch the land that comes in for 2 life, when I could fetch a land that either comes in for 3 life and is 2 colors, or fetch a land that is just a basic. It's very much a 60 card. Yeah, I do not see it in a 100 card. And I do not see it in a mode where I can only play one of it. That's the other thing as well, is like in Commander you can only play one of this. In limited formats you can play potentially 4 of it, right? Which, or well, more. No, it'd be 4 of it. It would be limited. So yeah, you can play 4 of it. That makes it much better. That makes it much better. Yeah, I still think Peter Parker is the most disappointing of all of these 3 Spider-Man, by the way. I think Miles is kind of interesting. I think Gwen Stacy Ghost Spider is actually quite strong. I think this could genuinely hit a good Jeskai Impulse draw deck. Having it come in for 2 mana and having... the problem is that this is 5 mana for a pretty notable effect, but like... an effect that could get extremely weird. I expect to see this card being played. This, of all of these like flip Spider-Men or spider characters, this is probably the one I see the most play of. This is the next most, this is the lowest, because I'm gonna be honest, web slinging is one of the worst mechanics I've seen in a long time. It's literally worse than ninjutsu in my eyes. It's worse better in a lot of cases, but the problem is that so much of the set with spider characters have vigilance. Yes, that is actually something that you can look at. Here alone, we've got vigilance reach, we've got vigilance over here, we've got vigilance here behind me with one of the cooler cards as well. This isn't one. Like, a lot of your other, like, main spider characters, especially ones that you kind of want to repeat ETB, have vigilance. So, that's a problem. It actually has anti-synergy with its own set. Like, this here, right? Selfless Police Captain is very clearly supposed to be one that you're using with this. This creature enters with a counter on it. When this creature leaves the battlefield, put its counters on target creature you control. The idea is that that's one of the cards you might bounce. The problem is, this is an alternate casting cost, not an ability. So that means you can't do this at flash speed without, like, an enabler. Which is why I say it's worse than ninjutsu, because you might have to swing with a character and they just might die, and it means you never get a chance with that. Whereas, like, you could choose a character that's an unblockable, and the difference is they can still remove it before you even get a chance to do the casting. Now, admittedly, they can't destroy the creature in response to the cast, because it is part of the casting cost is to return the creature. But it's the return a tapped creature you control to its owner's hand is just... I think it was too much. I think it was going a little too far with keeping this, like, safe and balanced. It's also really not, like, in the style of Spider-Man. I feel. But, like, yeah, this Spider-Man here, the 2099, I still think is one of the cooler ones. It's a pretty fun one. Spider-Man Symbiote, Symbiote Spider-Man's really strong. I actually think this is one of the stronger cards. I actually think Demir is getting some really powerful cards out of this, but not, like, any that are gonna game break, is the problem. I think Iron Spider's probably been one of the ones that I think is gonna make the biggest splash. Because there's a lot of ways to do, like, really wacky things with him at, like, high level. And especially in, like, a artifact-y sort of deck. I can see stuff with him, but, like, that's kind of my point, is like, I can see stuff with him, and that makes him maybe more interesting. But, like, Origins of Spider-Man is fucking trash. Spider-Man Noir is pretty interesting. Spider piloted by Penny's fucking sad. It's just there's too many of these cards that just feel like they're weaker versions of stuff that are even already standard legal. I think is the other issue I have. And you know what the other problem I have would be is with this set, and I will openly say this is one of my biggest problems with this set, is that this is getting teased before Edge of Eternities is even out. I can see Superior Spider-Man and Kingpin. I believe Superior Spider-Man is hinted at in at least one or two of these, like, flavor text things. And I'm gonna be honest, that's one of the cards I've said, if they do a Superior Spider-Man, that's gonna make or break my opinion of this set. Because if they fuck up Superior Spider-Man, I'm not gonna forgive them. I'm gonna be extremely disappointed, and I'm gonna be just very ultimately upset. Kingpin, I mean, if Kingpin's not just, like, I don't know, fucking indestructible or something, then I'll be disappointed. But, you know what's even worse as well with the spoilers for this? So this is getting spoiled. Kraven, well, I mean, yeah, we've gotten Kraven Saga now, right? So I assume Kraven will be here. I expect we're gonna have mostly Sinister Six stuff, though, at some point. I'd assume so. Like, I'd be surprised if there isn't, like, most of those main group. But no. So we're getting this spoiled before Edge of Eternities is even out. And you know what's even more, is we're already getting spoilers for, Avatar. We've gotten 2 potential spoilers. I don't think they're gonna be on here, though. But we've seen, the girlfriend that turned into the moon. And I think we also saw, a Katara. Which is, like, I'm trying to remember. I saw something about that. That one's a bit sketchy. Let's see. If like this website has anything about it. The main like spoiler thing that comes up. This one didn't get updated for a while was the problem. Yeah, this is all that's there. I can see if I can find the thing, but no. Point is that I think it's like... Was it Waterbend 6? It was, the moon one? The moon girlfriend? Was the teaser, the spoiler we saw there? Is there... It wouldn't happen to be, like, in here somewhere, would it? Yeah, no, it's not got, like, that far in advance. It's already pushing a fucking thing, right? It's not anything here. Yeah, it doesn't even have, like, the sets that are coming up, other than Edge of Eternity, on this list. Would have been 5, found the image? Okay. Yeah, it's like, would have been 5, I can't remember what it was, though. And it did. I remember it being interesting, though. And I think Katara's was like something about doubling effects. Do you want me to send it? Yeah, send it through. So I can actually have a reminder of what it looks like. Because it looked cool. Like, again, it's so far technically the 2-3 cards I've seen from the Avatar set have all looked really nice. I've been really impressed with them. Oh, cool, you do have a much better one of the Katara, because the one I saw was awful. Yeah. So, Katara is... Here we go. Katara is, if a triggered ability of an ally you control triggers, that ability triggers additional time. So it's very ally synergy, which I love that. That's bringing in, like, a very old mechanic we've not seen in a hot minute. And then, Yue, the Moon Spirit, Flying Vigilance, would have been 5 tap. You may cast a non-creature spell from your hand without paying its mana cost. Which, kind of obscene. I actually can see this being really, really strong. I don't know what would have been 5 means? Like, is that 5 mana? Is there a trigger of what? What does that mean? I want to know. But this card looks fucking awesome, and so does this Katara. I'm really excited for those. So, this is when to quickly buy any really good ally synergy cards before they spike in price. They're probably already spiked in price by like 100% at minimum, right? Because people have seen Katara and have gone, oh my god, we need to get this. But it's cool that they're doing, like, ally. I like that. Bringing back a fairly old mechanic. But if you look at Aang with his firebending, it's not. Yeah, that's why I'm like, that is clearly a generic 5 mana cost requirement. But, like, what does waterbend and then 5 generic mean? Does that mean I need to waterbend and off the trigger of waterbend? Like, yeah, now bending is left really, really confusing. Because, like, what is bending? What is bending? Because it would make sense that it's maybe, like, it's a response to if someone water bends that you, does something. Maybe, and you have to pay 5 and tap her to do the effect. That seems really strong, but, like, that makes it also maybe significantly weaker? I don't know. I also think it's funny because, like, they'll tell us in 4 months. Yeah, pretty much. Like, the funny part is, Katara, just because of the way she is, means that, like, if they ever do allies again in the future, she becomes better. She's actually a card that, like, in Commander has longevity. Which is really fucking cool. Because it's always really strong to get doubling triggers. Or increasing, trigger times. Like, that's just a cool time. I like that. But that's why, I think the thing I saw recently getting talked about is what I feel with the Avatar spoilers especially, and the Spider-Man spoilers, is that this year, I feel like everyone has spoiler fatigue when it comes to Magic. Is that we've been in a permanent state of spoiler seasons. Like, we get these cards spoiled, then we start getting the cards already spoiled for the next thing, or teased for the next thing, or, like, before the previous set's already out. And it's like, can we not? Can we really not? Can we just... 6 sets is too many, is the short answer. 6 sets a year is way too many. I really feel they need to pull back on that number. And I know we're not going to get that for at least till the year after next. Because they said that's how long it takes for them to make a response. It's something that we're going to notice really heavily next year, is people are just going to be like, oh cool, it's the next set already being teased. And it's going to get, like, motivation's going to go down, I feel. Because it's just, yeah, it's fatigue. It's too many spoiler seasons back to back. And it means, like, for this one example, I have seen 3 cards from Avatar, and I'm more interested in that set than I am in Spider-Man. Like, fully. I am so much more interested in the Avatar set. And that says a shitload to the Spider-Man set, I feel. Because I feel like that's something that I've heard fairly universally from everyone that I've talked to about it. It's just, there's not a lot of, like, excitement for that set. And that's really sad. Because they had so much they could have done that would have been so cool. That set had so much more potential. And I hate that it's just going to basically become, like, there's a handful of cards that are going to be good cards to get. Other than that, nobody's going to care. So people are going to buy a shitload of booster boxes, for example. and no one's going to buy play boosters, and we're just going to get very fancy art versions en masse of so many cards, and it means that all the cards are going to be driven down to, like, similar price levels as, like, the Doctor Who stuff. As a side note, there are rumors that Spider-Man and Avatar are not getting precons. Spider-Man we know is not getting precons. That was said pretty much from the get-go. When they teased the art thing, that's when we got a confirmation we were not getting precons. Avatar, I didn't know or not. I haven't heard anything about that one yet. But no, we were told very early on Spider-Man's not getting precons. The fact that they're releasing starter decks is, I guess, their answer as to why. They wanted to add in, like, my assumption is that Spider-Man is an attempt to see if they can, like, guide new players into Standard instead of Commander. Right? Like, that's, I think, the goal there. The rumors due to there's no Avatar Commander set code. Well, I mean, how many set codes have we even gotten from Avatar yet? Because we've not seen any, but we've seen 3 cards, and I think they're all normal set code, no? Let's see, TLA, The Last Airbender. The Katara one is PRM, so it's just promo, so we're not going to know what its actual set coding is. It could be a commander card, honestly. They do promos as commanders. And then I'm pretty sure the Aang one was, also, TLA, right? Yeah. So at this point in time, we have promo and base set. So we've not seen a code yet because there's not anything that would be relative to the code. I don't know. I can't say if there will or won't be. I hope there is, but I understand if they don't, because there's the difficulty of if they do precons, they'd have to do 4, and if they do 4, it has to be of each of the things, right? That's why it's just rumors. Yeah. To be fair, it's important to keep in mind rumors, right? Like, to dissuade the rumors entirely is, dishonest. But it's also to take them at a pinch of salt, but it's also with every teaser thing, right? Like, that's why the Katara one's under a lot of speculation, because it wasn't from a lot of the main sources for the most part. However, I believe it's now a bit more confirmed. Because the art that I saw of it was, like, super scuffed and, like, at a side shot. So it made it, like, very questionable if it was real or not. I don't know. I'm kind of sick of fucking cards being teased this early. Hey, remember how they teased Avatar and Arena? Yeah, and we all basically sat there and were like, oh yeah, it's an Avatar set. It's like, well, it's just rumors. Like, it is speculation. It is 100% speculation and all that. But, like, also we all kind of sat there. So any person that actually sat there and read the cards, it's like, oh yeah, no, that's got to be that. But yes, it is 100%. The set itself was teased via speculation, which was cute. I liked it. Alright. How do I want to handle doing the setup for this? That's the painful part of some of this. But yeah, no, I'm definitely more excited for there's a couple of new cards that are in Edge. Yes, there's the Golgari Landfall one that's like on the second trigger it draws. That's one that I've definitely looked at very quickly. I'm trying to think of anything else that I saw that I was like super. I mean, there's also that one mono green one that is obscene. You know the one I'm talking about, the, like, landfall mill, you can play an additional land, yada yada yada, right? Like, that one is obscene. And lands from graveyard, I think, is the other part of it. Edge of Eternities. Hide reprints. I do love, by the way, the planets. The difference in power level between some of them is fucking hysterical. This one is like, okay, yeah, you get to make a token of an artifact or an enchantment. Do you want fucking Yavimai's Cradle? Do you want Tellurian Academy? Oh yeah, you get to pay 2 life and sack a creature and draw a shitload of cards. That's not too bad. Oh, you get to sack a land and create a robot. It's not too bad, yeah. Tellurian Academy. Something that's banned still. Vindo, Bushrazor, and Famish Worldsire. I think the first one's the guy I'm thinking of. Famish Worldsire. Let's see. Devour Land 3. As this enters, you may sack the number of lands. It enters with that many 1/1 counters on it. Oh no, 3 times that many 1/1 counters. Oh, you can just sack a lot of lands. Ooh. When this creature enters, look at top X cards of your library. X is the creature's power. Put any number of land cards from among them onto the battlefield, tapped and shuffle. Ooh. Interesting. I think the green one's stronger than the blue one this time. Oh, you mean of these? Yavimai's Cradle versus Tellurian? I mean, the problem is, yeah, so this one's gonna be faster to set up because they all require plus 12. But the difference is that, like, tell me how Ulthros doesn't just go into every, like, deck that plays an Urza. It's like, Urza makes a construct. Cool, I'm just gonna use this 50-50 that I have 20 of for this. Like, Endstone's interesting. I don't think it's high-end power, but I think it's really cool. I think there's a lot of decks that can use it and use it really well. Same with how I looked at Ouroboros. I think this one's actually a fucking a fairly cool one. I think the landed token's insane, by the way. I think that's cool. Oh, can I just call people out with this one? So Didandrian Synthesis Amalgam. There is people that are going like, oh, this one gets stronger with command attacks. It's like, or it just gets stronger with the amount of mana you're putting into it, you dumb ass. With the planets. I don't know, you can't, it's gonna be hard to convince me Tellurian Academy's not strong. Like, this gets into, like, a mid-late game point, this will make you 1,000,000 mana. And that's obscene. Especially with some of the other cards in this set. I do want to get the Entropic Battles Cruiser, by the way, personally. Because I already wanted to get something like this, Liliana's Caress. And this is just a good version of Liliana's Caress, that will be real cheap, that I can pick up. Also, Cosmogoyf is just fucking amazing. I love that. So funny. But yeah, landers are actually a really cool mechanic that I hope they do more of them. Yeah, this dude also I'm terrified of because I can't believe they decided, you know what we should do? We should make Urza again. The mono blue Urza. You can't convince me that this is, like, not really silly. You may look at the top card of your library at any time. You may cast artifact spells from the top of your library. Artifacts you control that have tap, add blue. Spend this mana only to cast spells from anywhere other than your hand. Oh no, I'm gonna cast my entire fucking deck. Anyway. I don't know. This one I'm a bit... I have bad feelings of this one. This one I feel like is gonna be really frustrating. I still think Space-Time Anomaly is interesting, because it's, like, very clear they're trying to move a, Urza to Squish. Yeah, basically. Like, it's basically, this is a slightly weaker version of a Game Changer card, and that's the problem, is that, like, you can't, it's hard to convince me that that's a good thing. Right? Like, it's really hard to convince me that you can make a Game Changer that basically functions in, like, a kind of parallel position. I would not be surprised if this goes Game Changer list. Because you mean due to Jellyfish? Yes. Like, he's just, he's so good. Anyway, but yeah, no, I like the, Azorius, like, thing they're doing with, like, life gain and mill. I think that's actually really cool. I'm genuinely surprised how many of the cards I've looked at this and I'm like, damn, this set actually looks kind of fun. Like, even this card has grown on me, where it's just go, 3 mana, go fit, tutor a goddamn legendary. That's kind of good. There's also that blue, station in, the pre-con that I think's obscene, which is just, Jorah sort of energy, where it's like you casted an artifact, you draw a card. Like, that's just, that's gonna get obscene really quickly. That's actually spooky. What the fuck? Oh yeah, Jorah's gonna get really good off this set. Holy shit. There are some good cards in the pre- I'm upset that I've been fucked over with, some stuff at the moment, because I would have pre-ordered the fucking pre-cons. 100% I would have pre-ordered the pre-cons. Like, there's Swan Song in one of them. And Braids in the other one. Yeah, this is the guy here I thought you would add, by the way, to the, Hazazon deck, because I just think this is good. Like, for 3 mana, 2/4, so he's solid body. Whenever a land you control enters, deal 1 damage to each opponent. If it's the second time this is resolved, draw a card. That's not hard to trigger, and it's a nice, consistent effect. Again, impact tremors on a landfall trigger is always quite nice. I genuinely kind of want to pick this dude up. But Evido thing, where is that? Did I scroll past it at some point? Probably. I don't know what would come out for it, honestly. Instead, I went for the pre-con card. Oh, it's a pre-con card. Oh. That actually makes it easier to go find. I don't know how I feel about the showcases. God damn it. Why are these not loading? This is this dude, right? Let's see. Whenever you sacrifice a non-token permanent, exile the top card of your library. During your turn, as long as you have sacrificed a non-token permanent this turn, you may play cards exiled with this creature and sack a land to add 2 red. That is actually pretty good. I give you that. That is a pretty good card. Tap land, sack land, you get 3 mana out of a land, basically. That's pretty strong. And then you get, like, pseudo-impulse. It's not even pseudo-impulse. You know what I mean. It seems pretty solid. Seems pretty solid. Like, I'm not gonna lie though, the precons are like, I would love to get the precons just for so many cards in there that I've always wanted to get for building around, like Gitrog as well. Gitrog's a perfect example of a card that I've always, like, looked at with kind of a bit of love in my eyes. Can I also say, the alt art for the Starfield vocalist, the anime art, I do kind of want to get that. I don't think the card's insanely good. If permanent entering the battlefield triggers an ability you control, trigger that ability additional time, kind of like that. And then warp. Like, I could use this in a couple of decks. I love the anime art for it, though. I don't think it will come up in these, though, right? Oh, no, there it is. Yeah, the Starfield vocalist, this anime art looks fucking pretty. Yeah, that Cosmogoyf art's also fucking stellar. I love that shit. I also, this is a card here that I really like, and I'm kind of sad that it's stuck to warp, so I don't use it. I don't want to use this as a commander, but I would love to play with this card. I think that would be a cool card. Yeah, then all of those special guest ones. I actually haven't looked at the special guest, so... Oh god, Burgeoning... Darkness... Wow. Okay. Deafening Silence? Green Sun Zenith? Don't remember Magus of the Moon. Oh god, it's that one. Oh god, yeah. Yeah, Sliver Overlord. Sliver Overlord's insane to see come back. That's gonna be such an expensive card. Nexus of Fate. Take an extra turn after this one. Is that what that one is? If this card would be put into a graveyard from anywhere, build this card and shuffle it from, put it in just. Oh god, oh yeah, that's that one. Paradox Haze. The beginning of Enchanted player's first upkeep each turn, that player gets an additional upkeep step. Oh yeah, it's that card. Robe of Stars is pretty good. Gotta love that one. Good old phase out effect. And Warping Whale. Exile target creature with power toughness 1 or less. Counter target sorcery. Created. What? I've not seen this card for a while, so it just caught me off guard. But yeah, this is a card here, by the way. I just want to stress, This is a card I've looked at and I'm like, I am not allowed to build a deck with this card because there is no way I make a deck that's not awful. Like, I'm fervently not allowed to build with this card. It could be in a deck, maybe, but never as the commander. I do need an Omnath, Locus of Rage, so you know. Because I need to get Omnath for something else. But yeah, Gitrog. Gitrog's one that I'd like. This one's insanely nice because you're just more proliferate stuff, so I can make a proliferate deck. Braids I want for a deck. I mean, Great Lands as well. Cyberdrive Awakener, which is fucking insane. Deep Blue Skate, again insane. Emery's really good. Formless Genesis, I was actually quite surprised by. Fucking Fabled Passage in a precon. Fumigate's also nice. Hammer of Phosphorus, card I actually had to hunt down quite a bit to get it. Was one I was, again, surprised to see here, but I have a copy of this, the original copy. Kappa Cannoneer, always an incredible card. Fucking Death Priest, surprising as that. Phyrexian Metamorph, Oracle of Moldiah. The Scourging Swarm's fucking insane, because it's like, oh my god, we're getting another fucking Scoot Swarm that's synergizes even better with Hazazon, but it can't go into Hazazon's deck. That's the part that's sad. Splendid Reclamation's always a solid one. Steel Overseer. Surge Conductor's insane. But yeah, Swan Song. Tireless Tracker. Threefold Hulk. Thought Mirror's always a solid one, but I've got a couple of copies of that already. Research Craft is insane. This is the one I was saying earlier. It's like, if you cast an artifact, draw a spell, then put a charge counter on this. That's just fucking silly. Binding of Old Gods is never a bad one. Beast Within's a good one. Dispatch is a good one. Jury's good. Overflowing Chalice is always nice. And don't get me wrong, a lot of these are like cards that you get a shitload anyway. Ripples of Potential is good. Yes, Ripples of Potential is good as well. There's a lot of, like, genuinely quite surprising good cards in here. Like, I'm actually super surprised with how they've done stuff. They gave Binding new art? Yes, they did give Binding new art. Which, look, it confuses me because the colors are, like, they're not the same ones, and it threw me off every time I look at it. Because I'm like, wait, that's not the Binding I'm used to. But yeah, Rolling Regrowth's always a solid one. Yeah, fucking Urg. Also, just, like, good ramp spells with Cultivate, Farseek. I was also surprised that they added these. The theaters, and so, like, these cards. Like, it comes in, sack it immediately, and go search for a basic. And they gave you ones, and I like this, because they gave you ones that don't have all of the lands that are in that deck coloring, because that's actually fine. They're colorless, they've got no color identity. I'm actually quite impressed by that. Like, that's a genuine, like, it's that in this one, yeah. Phyrexia and Nisso on the art, yeah. Like, I also was surprised that there's a Wastes in the land one. I thought that was fucking hysterical. That made me chuckle something fierce as well. I also like that we've got Tezzeret's Gambit again, but like with actual Tezzeret, like another styling for it all. The Arcane Signets look fucking gorgeous, by the way, so does the Command Tower. Like, it's so good across the board with a lot of things. And yeah, no, I can't get over the fact that they're just printing Swan Song in a precon. Like, that's mildly... Also, Patrolling Peacemaker getting talked about a shitload at the moment. Fucking, I love this card. This is actually such a thematically perfect card, by the way. It's just literally, this creature gets 2/1/1 counters on it. Whenever an opponent commits a crime, proliferate. You can't read that without being just like, whenever an opponent commits a crime, proliferate. It's crime committed, proliferation in progress. I fucking love that shit. So good. Also, again, I dread this card. I really do. This card is a card that I must never truly play a specific way, because I will immediately make it an asshole card. I actually think I want to play with the spacecraft a little bit, not gonna lie. But I will never play with that as the commander. That dude just genuinely is it's gonna cause me to do things I don't want to do. Like, I've already gone and looked at, what's its name? That one land that we know is going to get played with it. I'm blanking on it, and it's probably good I'm blanking on it. Does it involve a certain land? It does involve a certain land, and there's a reason why I don't want to touch it. Because I know how I work. I do know how I work. That's the problem. It's a very specific land. We all know what kind of land that is, and it's a bullshit land. Rolls up a newspaper. Good. Hit. Honestly, again, there's a reason why I say I'm not allowed that card. I'm not allowed to play to that card. Get the fucking spray bottle. So that's why I say, I want the precons, I don't want to play this dude. Because that's the thing I've acknowledged so much with myself. Is I recognize how I play games. And how I play games is I find ways to optimize strategies. And all I will do is put Glacial Chasm in that deck, and I will have several ways to trigger basically combo-esque turns that people can't interact with me through the game. I'll be permanently glacial, and I'll just, like, for example of this, when you sack a land, each opponent loses 2 life. I'll just do that shit. There's a reason I run Demo Field in most of my decks. Yeah, it's fair. And that's when I run a Stifle effect. Which, by the way, they've been printing more Stifle effects recently. I'm actually quite surprised. Like, I thought the Stifle effects were something that they were going to avoid. Because they kind of didn't touch them for years. But then they did, like, one in Final Fantasy. I was very surprised at that. But yeah, like again, in case anyone doesn't know what we're talking about, Glacial Chasm is just literally, while it's on the battlefield, you can't attack or take damage. And no one can attack you. It doesn't affect loss of life, it just affects damage. So if they have a loss of life combo, you're still fucked. But it basically means that the interaction that they can do with you is really, really low, and normally its problem is that you have to lose life to keep it going. The problem is, with that card, if you have at least one other landfall trigger, as the commander, you just basically sack it at the start of your turn, you do whatever you want, and you just, like, do your turn actions however you wish. You could even attack, and then by the end of your turn, you'll bring it back in and another land to sack into it, so it's fine. And that's just not okay. You said it puts Rebuff in the wrong paper. Good. I shouldn't be getting the fuck back up. Nah, fuck Glacial Chasm. It really is such an awful kind of card. And again, I expressed this to the end of days. I just said, it's an awful card. I've talked so much negativity. I will still play that card. Because I will still try and play decks in a way of playing to their strategy. And that's why I don't want to make that deck. That's why I want to make a Gitrog deck, because Gitrog's going to be funny. Because it's about, like, churning through your deck. There's actually a really unique thing I've found out about when I watched the Commander at Home episode, where they played with the precons, that I didn't realize before. Which was, with Gitrog, because of, like, unique interactions with the cleanup step, if there is a trigger in the cleanup step, you have to resolve the trigger before you can finish resolving the cleanup step, and you'll have to keep going back to the beginning of the cleanup step each time, basically. So, Gitrog is whenever, what is it? It's whenever you put a land into your graveyard, you draw a card. So basically what happens is if you have to discard to hand size, you discard lands, and then you draw cards. But now your hand size is too big again, so then you have to repeat the process. And would you look at that? Your entire deck is gone all of a sudden. I love that. I think that's really cool. And then I just can't wait for a Bazooka Bog to hit you, like, the next turn that they can. They Growth Spiral Bazooka Bog you at instant speed. But yeah, no, I've been having a lot of fun with stuff. I just can't do anything with Magic in terms of, like, deck building, really, because I need to finish paying my current bills off. The one deck that I'm really excited to work with, though, if you give me a second, I'll go look. I can grab it out. So I recently updated this one deck list a little bit, because I figured out the last few cards that I put in it. Matthew, do you want to see a deck that, like, I designed with the full intention there is no basic lands in it? And that's not, like, CEDH argument, it's objectively a bad deck because of this. So this is the Wandering Minstrel deck, right? Now, Wandering Minstrel, I set a rule that I was going to add every single town to this deck. I'm still missing Jador. That's literally the only land I'm missing still. I decided that I'd build it as an Elementals deck now. So you can see that, like, I've put, like, I want to get some of these sort of things and a bit more landfall. Just general, but that's why I want Omnaths. Now, I was, like, looking at Omega, right? And Omega is, like, non-basic lands. Now, if you look at the land section, you might already see where this is going. How do I have 38 lands with towns not being a totally thing? The mono blue one? Yeah, the mono blue one. The mono blue adventure one. The Jador Aristocratic Capital. That's the only land I'm missing. But yeah, so I sat there and I'm like, what is another way I could do non-basic lands that give me multiple colors, but also give me something to do? There's one particular card I'll show that kind of answers that question. What if I had a win con? I decided, what if we had towns and gates? Because it's the gate into the towns. Yeah, no, I just had so much fun with the idea of that, where it's just, there is not a basic land. There is no basic lands. Fuck, I've even got Vesuvius. That's amazing. Yeah. I thought this was absolutely hysterical of a way to do this, because also gates are super cheap. And I'm also pretty sure Noxie has a shitload of gates spare as well. Maze's End I'll have to go buy, I'm pretty sure, but that's fine. Like, that's also normally a very inexpensive card. But like, the best part is, you wanna look at my mana graph? Look at just the production and how clean that is. It's nice and perfect. Let's just not discuss this part. This part is sad. This part is very sad. My mana curve is going to be awful. I literally am going to have to, like, mulligan for at least one green mana source in every fucking hand. Like, I need a way of making green mana. But, for the most part, I actually own, like, a fair decent amount of the cards for this, which was quite surprising. I'm still not owning a lot, and some of them I have copies of, but I need to get other copies of. But yeah, like, I want to get, like, a Yarlock in here, because, yeah. Need a Yavimaya? No. Because that'll actually break one of the things I want to do. I mean, technically, that adds basics. That's the problem. No, we're trying to... Weirdly enough, we're playing to Omega. Which is, when it enters, blah, 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 which X is the number of non-basic lands you control. Yavimaya would make them have a basic typing. So I'm pretty sure that breaks that. But yeah, Yavimaya would be really nice at this, I'm not gonna lie. Like, Yavimaya would probably solve a lot of the issues, but it's funnier this way. Just rely on hitting all the things. But yeah, no, like, I wanna... the other problems is you get stuff like this. Yeah. Nyx Bloom Ancient, which I kinda wanna get the Through the Ages art for Nyx Bloom, which I expect is fucking spinny. For you, does Shock or Surveil land basic? No, they have the typings. Good point. So yeah, maybe I should sneak a Yavimaya in here. I could do that. I'll just take out a creature or something. And add another land. Have 39 lands, is it? I'm trying to remember, what was Yavimaya's phrasing? Because I thought it made it like... Which deck do I own that has Yavimaya in there? I think it's the Deserts deck. I think Deserts was the one I bought it for. I haven't updated that list in a while. It's been the deck's been changed a bit. Because is it just forest in addition to their other types? Is that all it is that it does? Each land is a forest in addition to its other types. Okay, yeah, so I can just probably put a Yavimaya in there. What do I take out then? Oh yeah, that's what it reminds me. I want to make this that. I want to get the... Why are there no more orphans in New Zealand? I want to get the orphan. I'm also sad because I forgot that there is a Through the Ages of this. I really want to get that Princess Sarah. But this is the one that I bought. Because that's also why I have, like, Lotus Cobra in here to try and, like, mana fix a little bit. Not the Miku one? There's a Miku one? Oh, there's a Miku one! I would like the Miku one. The Miku one would be nice. To be fair, I want the Miku one, and I want the Through the Ages one, because the Through the Ages one would fit the stick better. It can be run in any non-green deck. Well, yeah, I mean, lands typically are normally colorless, right? They don't tend to have color identities. Like, these ones do because they've got it outside of things. The Miku one and Hazazon. Yeah, I probably need to get one. Like, I was thinking I'd get the Through the Ages copy, get that, put that in this deck, and take this one out and put that in the Hazazon deck, but I might try and get the Miku one for the Hazazon deck one day. Like, I just want to get as many of the Through the Ages variants of all of these cards for this deck, as I can. I mean, like, I've got Search for the Frozen Esper and Memories of Nibelheim in here. Which I don't think there's any of other cards in here that are, like, Through the Ages variants. The process in majorly upgrading that deck, that's fair. I mean, I'm still finishing this deck. Because I want to take out Liliana's Caress for that new card, because once that releases, I'll try and put that in. Because I'm still, outside of that card, only 3 cards away, and I looked and I didn't find Saruman in the darkness that binds them at the LGS. I didn't look through the mono black cards, I think. So I don't know if they have Call of the Ring. I'd assume they would, because there's a bunch of normally random copies of that. But, like, Liliana's Caress, there's just no options for it. I think Call of the Ring is available. I think I saw one. With Monster Cry and Landsex creature, for example. Yeah. I mean, there's that one creature from Edge of Eternities that I think would be insanely good in it, that I've looked at. Which was, again, it's landfall trigger, mill, I think it's like 2 or 3 cards. You can play lands from your graveyard, and you can play an additional land on your turns. Like, I just expect that I'm probably going to try and find that and put that in the Hazazon deck. Because that's just too good. What was I looking up again? God damn it. MTG singles. That, again, that's not a very expensive card, but it's in darkness, I believe, that binds them. What's the full name? Goddamn gold, please. No, in the... This is the part where you, I tell you its name. I can't remember. Hey. And then Saruman. And it's mill a card? Oh, I thought it was mill more than one. But yeah, no, it's really good. Yeah, no, the Saruman I want is not here, sadly. Because it's not many colors. It's the white hand. There we go. There's a singular copy of it for cheap. I hate that fucking art style so much. So yeah, it's literally just the other card from the precon, the In Darkness that binds them that I can't fucking find a copy of. And then obviously Liliana's Caress, but like this card, I'll just go replace it with something else, like the artifact that's coming out. And then I'll have this deck done, and then I will like progressively change it up a little bit here and there, because I actually think this one will be a deck that I make like really nice and fun. Because I like the idea of having a wheels deck. And having fucking Sauron in a deck is funny to me. Like, I expect I'm gonna slowly make this deck much more spell slinger with some stuff. Like, it'll be a little bit more spell slinger and a little bit more wheel than it currently is what I think I'll do. Because I think having only 13 sorceries and 12 instances is not enough to consider for a spellslinger deck. I think like stuff like Hecht Eyes needs to come out for like more sorceries. Or more instances and stuff like that. Ghostly Pilfer is just like an example of me going like, no, I am actually playing, like, it's a strong deck. Got a copy of that, decided to not add it to the Zaton, but instead to my winter deck. Ooh, fair. But like, this one as well is a card that I could probably remove. I just kind of wanted an excuse to finally put this card in a deck. That's because I have it and its token. Warring Triad's kind of a bit of a questionable one. Stuff like that. I really wish I had that one where it's like triggers of your wizards and shamans get duplicated. I think it's also got prowess, but that card I would absolutely love in this deck. Because it would just go so fucking ham. No Soul Ring? Yep. No Soul Ring. I've been doing that a lot recently, is like just not adding Soul Ring to a lot of decks. And that is a conscious choice. Because the mana of this deck, it's either Soul Ring comes out super early and doesn't actually do a shitload, or it comes out late and it doesn't do anything. Like, after I get to a stable point, it becomes awful. If I'm not at a stable point, it doesn't resolve my issues enough, because too many of my cards require too, like, stingent of pips of color. Now, don't get me wrong, like, stuff like this would come out better, stuff like this would come out better, yada yada, but, like, that's why I've got, like, Arcane Signet, Midnight Clock, and the 2 Talismans. In fact, that's why the Darkness Crystal's in here, is it's like it's an offshoot. That's why, like, if you also look at the instances, almost all of them are just locked to their mana pips. Also, here's a card I have a question. Do you know what Pulling Teeth does? This is a sorcery. This is a card I will not blame you for not fucking knowing what this card is. Because Pulling Teeth is just really funny. I love this card. Look at that art. So disgusting. I love this card. But yeah, no, that's... I'm having fun with this deck by the design of it. Something with discards? Oh yeah. No, it's a clash with an opponent. If you win, target player discards 2 cards. Otherwise, that player discards a card. So it's either I clash and lose and you discard a card, or I clash and win and I can choose someone to discard 2 cards. It's just good. For this, if this was instant, it'd be insanely fucking funny. But sadly it's not. Yeah, clash though is an effect. I do have Gandalf, so I could technically do that at instant speed. Technically. So which set was Clash last in? If we're accepting commander cards, I believe Murders at Markov Manor. That's the last one I remember a card that had Clash in it. Because that was Deep Sea Operative. Hell yeah! It was the alternate commander for the Mirako deck. Reminder, Mirako deck is one of my favorite decks that I have. I have Marvo right, like, in my drawers. I don't have it in the deck anymore because it's fucking awful in that deck. But yeah, no, I mean, like, I've even got Wild Ricochet in this deck just as an example of me having, like, full chaotic energy with this bullshit. I'm here to do dumb shit and not, like, correct shit. I expect I'll upgrade that deck to be a little bit more fun with it. Takes the rebarb out of the paper, yeah. Again, like, some of my favorite decks... Oh, this is a deck that I... By the way, so I bought the Surge foil of, this Doctor. And I kind of want to build this deck, because this is literally taking the Deep Sea Clue precon and putting it into the second Doctor. No, Eye of the Storm, if you want to do dumb shit, I still need to get a copy of that, actually. But yeah, no, this is a deck that is really funny to me, and I thought would be kind of fun to make. So, it's this one, where it's like no max hand size, and I investigate a lot, so it's all about, like, investigating. And I thought the second Doctor with Clara would be funny, because that becomes a question of, so everyone gets no max hand size. At the beginning of my end step, each player must draw a card. Each opponent who does can't attack me or opponents I control during their next turn. Imagine that triggering twice. So that's now a question, do you draw instead of drawing 0 or 1 cards, is 0 or 2 cards. That's a juicy choice. Now, does this mean any deck that just combos off and kills me without swinging wins? Oh yeah. But like, I don't give a shit. I'm here to do only one thing, and that is to draw my entire deck. I have both Verbose Host and Teferi's Aegis Insight. So it means each draw trigger is 4 draws. That's why Laboratory Maniac's in here. And then, to really top it off, because I'm an asshole, we have a little bit more of, when I draw a card, each opponent mills. I draw my entire deck, and you mill your entire deck. And when I say entire deck, I mean entire deck. Here's the Water Crystal. They mill that many plus 4. So each time I draw a card, you mill 6. And I draw 4 for each draw trigger. Yeah. And you marry them to draw more? Yep. I'm not gonna lie, that was one of the other things I was looking at, is like, I just sat there, I looked at this card, and I'm like, this is really funny. This is really funny. But this is, for the most part, it is basically just more cards from Doctor Who. A couple of cards I have around the place, like Verbose Hose and Titus. And then just this precon. I think Tamio's journal is one of the only other ones I wanted to add, other than, like, the ones that we saw there, but that's also, this one's super cheap. And it's just more investigate triggers. I think this will be a funny deck to try and play. I don't think it's good. I think it's funny. And that's the point. I also, yeah, I'm trying to put in as many, like, start your engines effects in here. There is not many start your engine cards that are good, by the way. It's really hard to find. Look, this is one of the best ones I fucking found to give an idea. 2 mana for 2/2, start your engines during your turn. This has first strike, then at max speed, you can exile this card from your graveyard to draw a card. Only reason I was like, it works is I can exile a card and then draw a card, so I can get my second card per turn draw trigger from time to time done. It was a funny deck idea that I was like, I have a bunch of really pretty arts for some of these cards. I want to fucking do this as like a way too fancy deck. Your slime deck is very meme? Ooh. Not an ooze deck, a slime deck, right? Because ooze is different. Ooze is very, very assholey with some of its effects. Oh. Oh, by the way, fun fact, if you're wondering why I want Swan Song from the other precon, in case this was wondered, I want it for the fucking Chocobo deck so I have more bird cards. Do I want to have a look? Oh yeah, I definitely want to have a look. But yeah, no, I want to stress that. Like, I have, was it Serenading Strix as well? Like, I have counterspells. They're only the counterspells that give you birds. Let me pull out the deck. Ah! Because I even got winged boots in here so I can make sure Chocobo's flying. I didn't show off. Awesome. But yeah, Live Crafter engine, and it's just a lot of birds, or ways to make birds. Or birds, and other birds, and Tifa, and birds, and more ways to get birds, and birds, and birds, and birds, and ways to buff birds, and birds. Yeah, Strix Serenade is in here, just because haha funny. I love my birds deck. The birds deck is fucking hysterical. Alright, let's see. When you cast a human spell, target instance or sorcery in your graveyard gains flashback until end of turn equals to its mana cost. Okay. Eridamus. Mill a card at a thing. Which is the flip for the yeah. Okay. Action from werewolves. Illustrator. Good god. Changeling. Hang on a minute. Tap 4 untapped advisors you control. Target player mills 12 cards. Okay. Not expecting to just randomly see... I also see the other card that's in this deck that has what I was expecting when I hear slimes. But I haven't commented on it yet. Hey, you got one of these too. I got 2 of these now. Myself. So I fucking love that card. Looks cool. But yeah, then we've got good old Barligat, Bridgeworks Battle. Yeah. Bushwhack's not a bad card. Druidic Ritual. Oh, more mill. Yeah, not too bad. Dusk and Dawn. Yeah. Nature's Law, not too bad. Yeah, Raise the Pass. Savannah's Reclamation. And, yeah, Slimes Against Humanity. There it is. How to make slime things. I kind of like this, actually. This is actually a really interesting way. It's because it's, like, weirdly spell-slingery. I mean, Archmage Erasmus is fucking insanely good. Tracker's Instincts. Having the flashback super interesting, by the way. Because you can flashback a slime, and it counts for exile, right? Maybe mouth ranting about card games help you drift off that. It could happen, it could happen. No, that's actually a really smart way of doing this. Yeah, it's own an exile or in your graveyard. So that's actually really cool. I like that. Gaining flashback is a smart way of doing it. And that's why you've got a bunch of these guys, because they're all humans, right? So it's about getting through, like, your deck pretty fast. Trusted Advisor. Yeah, Trusted Advisor's so fucking funny. Like, that's genuinely quite surprising. Yeah. Like, you get a lot out of this, and having the changelings as well is really nice. Because, like, they die, oh no, they go into the Slimes Against Humanity. They feed that. Having treasure crews as well, because you're quite happy to exile a bunch of these cards out. I can see these slimes being really big and fun. Faithful Meeting. Yep. Grapple Pass, Path to Exile. Thought Scourge, yep. So it's about a lot of milling both yourself and other people. As well. Which one was this one again? This was the mill 2 cards that share... repeat the process. Yeah, so I can see you getting through your deck pretty aggressively, which is why you want to have Laboratory Maniac. That makes sense. Mainly, yeah, no, 100%. Like, this is a very self-mill deck. I can see that. Ooh, yep. That's interesting. I know which one you're choosing of those options. Like, Sultai's a nice one to have from time to time, I guess. Like, if you've milled a shitload of lands, it would probably be quite good to grab that one up. However, if you've not milled a lot of your lands and you're, like, not starving for mana, I know which one you're choosing most of the time. Any number of target players each mill 2 cards. If you're in the Monarch, it's 10. Ooh. Yep. And there's the Soul Ring, yeah. No, this is actually a pretty fun deck. I like this. Genuinely, like, actually quite good. I like it. Rad counters. That's actually a cute little thing as well. Ah. Yeah. I like that. That's actually really cool. This has come together in a nice, cool way. I like that a lot. That's actually, like, I genuinely think that would be a fun deck to play. I don't think it's, like, incredibly strong, but that's fine. It looks fun. It actually just looks really fucking fun. It's kind of... The thing is, like, it has the same sort of philosophy as, like, how I'm doing the, whatchamacallit? The Choco deck. The problem is that, like, there are some bird cards that if you synergize them in a really weird way, they become really good. Like, this... fucking... What happened to birds that, like, they have so much fucking draw? Mainly want decks to be fun. Yeah, like, I fucking 100% agree with that. The problem is, I think, like, I just go too far sometimes. Like, this deck here. This is a deck that I'll use as an example. This is one I tossed together recently that is just a privated because it's just a tossed together test. This is one I threw together. This is currently in the house. It's just unsleeved, and it's the only reason I haven't played this. I expect this deck to go poorly because it's a fucking bracket 4. Wanna know why it's a bracket 4? I'll let you take a fucking guess. Do we think we know why this might be bracket 4? Do I need to show any of the other cards other than this card? Let's see what this says specifically. You have extra turns, you have 2-card infinites, and you have a potential infinite combo piece. Putting reverb back in, yeah. In case you needed a thing of example, whenever this creature enters their attacks, get energy. For each creature you control, you get a shitload of energy. There's a bunch of things that increase how much energy you get. And then, yeah, infinite colorless mana. In case you don't know how that will happen, we go to Basalt Monolith, taps for 3 colorless, untap 3 to untap it. The thing is, Forensic Gadgeteer. Activated abilities of artifacts you control cost 1 less to activate. Can't reduce the mana cost below 1. That just means that Basalt Monolith taps for 3 and untaps for 2, so you make 1 every time you tap it. Do I have a lot of things to filter and, like, do with that infinite source of colorless mana? Not really. But I was wanting to have artifacts and artifact combo stuff, so I was like, oh, this works really nicely with artifacts. Means that I can tap them for cheaper. Or do actions with them cheaper. Didn't realize it's like, oh, that's just gonna be a problem. Because, like, I look at this one, it's like, this becomes 3 mana instead. Ooh. Yes, also with Decoration Module, if you think about it, that's also an insane amount of mana bullshit that I can do. Yeah. I don't have a source of infinite untap, though, for other things. I don't have, like, one of the staff, for example. Because I'm not going to go buy it for this deck, because I have a bad feeling I'm going to make this deck and I'm going to take it apart, later. Because this is just, it's really strong. From, like, the looks of it. That's why I'm kind of glad the land count's kind of shit, because it's only at 32, but that's why you've got artifacts to compensate for mana. There's also technically Sink into Stupor. Because I keep wanting to make, like, an artifact kind of go wide deck, and that's what this was, and then it turned out to be, like, a way of doing infinite mana, and I'm like, ah, damn it. Like, infinite dumb shit. Yeah, lightning runner. In case you're wondering, this is because most of the cards in this deck are from the 2 precons, this and Gibble. So blame those 2 precons for being that. Also Kibo, because I like Kibo, because I got that card, and I'm happy with it, and that's why I really want to do this deck. Gonna go now, got some work to do, so catch up your next stream. Yeah, catch you later, Matthew. Yeah, have fun doing work. Yeah. I love today has gotten very off topic in the best ways. I'm happy with that. Because I have been hating doing some of the work in this project at the moment. I've been staying up a little too late, I think, and with some of the things for it. And plus, Magic's just fun to talk about. Can't wait to convert all of my, like, energy into turning into a Magic, solo-only content creator. Don't test me. I would. Man, I love not doing the thing I decided to do today. Pretty much. No, it's one of those things where I'll openly admit, like, I'm at a stage where I'm having to, again, like, where my motivation wanes the most with this project is when I am having to restart doing something that I've done multiple times, and I'm just having to do it from the ground up in a way that, like, is pretty much the same, but I just need to write it differently. It's like, could I just copy and paste some of the stuff for this? Yeah, but, like, it's better I rewrite it from the ground up, and it's just a really long, slow, arduous process that's quite boring. So, because, like, I'm sitting here like, is there anything else I want to add? I've been thinking about it the whole time. I don't think there's anything notable that I'll add here. Then I'm, like, kind of considering how do I want to have the inputting data come in. Like, I could probably have... Because I gotta store the data somehow for all of this. The question is, do I store it as a file thing and then port it over? Or do I, make them into the code? Either way works out basically the same, realistically for me. Because all it would be is, like, do I write a script that's basically an array of all of the data separate? Or do I just write a big script that just loads up all of the characters? Like, that's basically where it comes to. So, I'm trying to think. And I don't think I do anything else with this. I think I just make a constructor architecture and just port it through. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna need name, we're gonna need description, we're gonna need, no. Well, you know what I'm gonna do? I am gonna make a separate thing for this. Function, create. Actually, no, it's ubique. it would be name, description, stats. I like writing campaign, coming up with new things and implementing systems, but when it comes to the revise and rebalancing things I prepared or make it, I just run out of steam. Yeah. There's aspects of it that are really fun, and then there's aspects of it that aren't. And like, this is one of those times where I'm like, I'm doing such a simple, basic thing again and again that it just kind of gets a bit frustrating, especially when there's other issues pressing, or not less pressing, but I know are there, and I would like to try and figure out a good answer for them, but there's not a good answer for them. Because like I said, with the pathing at the moment, the pathing's really disappointingly not working out the way I would like it to. Like, I would love to find a better answer for how to handle, the pathing. But I can't come up with something that I like. Is this not how it's done with the thing? Oh no, it's that way around. Okay. My bad. Cannot inherit due to cyclical rift. What? Oh, that's because I'm fucking stupid. It's that one. At my finest, I swear. Now, this is one of those times where, like, there's some call out you could make at me. Right? Is there really a difference between doing it this way or doing it this into this? So I kind of want to have a default thing just there. I'm doing the same with enemies. I like it a little bit more this way because it means that I can make just really default character debugging. It's also kind of good practice to do. Instead of just like the other way, it means that I can do things a little bit more weird and wacky if I must. Right? Like if I'm making a really, really strange character, I have a way of doing stuff. But this gives me most of my stuff for it all. But I have to do some of this way because otherwise there isn't actually an answer. So it is basically I'm rewriting the same thing out a second time, but just pushing through absolute values. Sprite, that's the thing I'm missing. Sprites. I'm gonna have to do the fucking debugging one that I need to do. I'm gonna print out, like, a copy of the characters, like a copy of a silhouetted character, so I can just make that go like, cool, that is my, like, accepting that we've got a sprite. The thing. So that'll be right here that I need to add that in. Right. There we go. Equals stats 2 now. Again, this can be changed very easily later down the line. Weapon equals weapon. Item equals item. Abilities equals abilities. EX equals EX. And assist equals assist. There we go. So this way, at the moment, like, these variables here are preset. It also means that if I want to make, like, a very default character somehow, and I need to just test, like, just a weapon, and I don't want to test with anything else, I can quickly throw a character together via this, the character constructor, and just toss a weapon in manually to just test that, and only that. Like, that's why I want to do it with the enemies, and why I'm doing it with the character as well. Is it just, it's one of those things that, like, I don't know why I didn't do it this before, and I think this is just kind of a disappointing thing that I didn't do it before. It just is better to do this way. There's a lot of details I'm missing out on. One of the things I know I'm missing out on is, like, EX and assist, like, cooldowns. We don't have that at the moment. I'm sure there's stats here as well that I need to pass through. I guess, like, technically, any other stats that I might need, I would need to make a thing for. Like, I'll probably make a core stats and then excess stats and filter through. That'll probably be how I might have to do some of it. Yeah, that's probably what I'll do. So I'll just set that up now. Stats, so we'll just write core stats and stats. So these are the stats that must be set every time. And then if, or actually we can do, no, it'll be if stats, so we need array length stats is greater than 0 for var I equals 0, I greater than array length stats I plus plus, and then we will add stats, add minus stats. So what I'll do is I'll probably make it so the array is populated in a 2D way. So it would mean that inside the array is basically a thing that will have a name and a variable. And I will make the name of a new variable inside of this struct relative to that name. Relative to the name it will be on the player. So it will mean that it will augment the player stat. Now, again, this is one of those times where I could just write every single stat as a default and then just not fill those stats in. Actually, that might be better. Oh, I don't like that. That actually is just probably better. Yeah. No, that is just better to do. Is just have that for everything. I saw a lot of talk about Yagu living rent-free in Gunrun's head for a long time. I gave a quick look at the Steamworks API for telemetry. Oh yeah? What'd you find out? Read the joke? Wait. I figured that if Gunrun started to change him, that rent, he would charge him rent, he wouldn't need to steal the cherry. God damn. Shush you, I am trying with it. Apparently it can be, only be used for simple numeric values. That's fine. I just need the index reports. I make it sound like I'm doing, like, grandiose things. All I would need to do to know what characters are being, used and what weapons are being used in combination is their indexes. So I would just literally look at that. That's why I'm like, oh. So, yeah. A lot of cases actually rely on game analytics or your own backend. Yeah, no, that makes sense. I'll see what I can do towards it, but yeah, no, I would just need to return the index data of the target, so, like, as long as I would be able to hand back my, the index variable of what player and index variable of what weapons and items, I can basically send back an array of data, and that's all I need. And I just plug that through a system to know which one's which and get the answers I want. That's why I actually don't need a lot of incredible data. But if there's better answers, then yeah, I'll probably see having a look at that. So I might look at the game analytics stuff. I might make a note to go look. So, that might be an interesting one. To see what I'll do towards that. then it might be enough. Game Analytics free tier also appears to be good enough for most indie projects. Might as well have a look now then, actually. Give me that to work from. Say, Game Analytics. Turning data into insights. Don't care about ad or marketing. I just want basic analytic things. Game performance, player behavior, market intelligence, one platform. User level insights without complexity. Okay. Oh, God, okay. Wait. Yeah, no, this is probably gonna give me everything I need. Even just the looser sense of some of that stuff already looks like it's most of the things I'd want. So, that'll probably be, yeah, a very good answer for me then. Especially if there's, like, yeah, if it's a free tier that I can do that gives me, like, literally just the info. Doesn't need to give me anything big. I just need basic info back and I'll figure it from there. That's why I say, like, I could probably just return the index variables, make a program on my end to filter it all, so I can see my percentages by just, like, plugging into a fucking Excel sheet or some shit. And then I'd be good. Is I'll just take, like, here's all the day's data, put that into a sheet, then plaster that sheet through a program, like an algorithm, to figure out what's being used, how often, frequency, and all that sort of stuff by comparison point. But if I can just set checks for that, that will be insanely easier. Because then I'll be able to see as well if the check is, like, success or not, on top of it. But, yeah. I think I'm gonna call it here, because, we are over 5 hours, and I'm kind of starting to very stutter out, and I do want to go to the bathroom, and I'm like, if I go to the bathroom now, then I feel like I gotta stream for a bit longer, yada yada yada. So, I think we'll call it here. Now, I'll quickly say, tomorrow might be not short, but, like, I might have to cut quite abruptly where I will be. We'll see how that goes, if it's gonna matter or not, because it should still be like I can go for like 5 hours and it'll be a problem. But I got somewhere to go. And then on Thursday, I'm gonna be starting the stream with a bit of karaoke for like maybe another, like kind of the same length as the birthday stream. So if you got any song recommendations, go toss it in the Discord. Because I'll be practicing for the next couple of days in all my free time. So, with that all being the case then, thank you so much for watching. I looked into some DIY solutions. One of them is found pocket base plus meta base, but it surely gets harder than the other two solutions. Yeah, it's one of those ones of finding the easiest solution that's just free is basically what I'm going to try and do. Game Analytics looks like it kind of sits there, so we'll see how that goes. But you know, if you see anything else that's like that, feel free to flick me a message on Discord, because then I can look at it, in real time. But yeah, no, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. You're awesome. Stay awesome, and I hope to see you again next time. Until then, bye-bye.